Hello, everybody. Checking out if everything is all right, as it seems so. And checking out here. I got my tablet near. I'll put my tablet. I had it with me 2 seconds ago. And it's gone. Oh, it's here. There we go. Tablet. On all the websites. Also tuning into the Seeker Worldwide SSB contest. It's pretty cool. I've contacted around 200 stations as of yet. It's an off and on thing. I do some stuff, come back to the contest for half an hour, do some stuff. But it's pretty cool. Having a lot of fun. And here we go. As we start the show. Cheers. Today I'm having a beer. This is okay. I've traded the usual screen of the Yesu to with the Simon's world map because I've been checking that out. Actually, the Simon's world map has, if you can display the CQ zones. So I've been looking at the map to identify the CQ zones that I want to contact that I still don't have. By looking at the map, I have an idea of what countries I have to look at and try to contact. So it's kind of cool. So I put the CQ zones. It's all the little lines you see here. It's all the CQ zones there around the world. So it helps me choose where and what stations maybe to choose first if I want to get some different zones for more points and more score. So that's pretty cool. Conditions are a little rougher than they were because the K index went up to almost 5, almost G1 class geomagnetic storm. Seems to be maybe resorbing right now and going down. There was a little bit of blackouts at times. There was a couple of flares that made a little bit of blackouts. So this isn't too bad. I've been getting contacts. The best contact I had was last night. Juliet, what was it? Juliet Tango 9 DX, which was Mongolia. The guy from Mongolia was there all evening with a pretty decent signal actually into Montreal. So I was able to make a contact with Mongolia, which is really cool. It's not him, but I had a contact with a Mongolia station last year. Right now, my radio is on 15-meter band. I've been looking at different stations. If you go on 21436, you might hear, I hear it here. You might hear Zulu Sierra 6. MRK, Mike Romeo Kilo. He's from South Africa. So 21346 upper sideband. He is making it here. So you could try that. You'll have South Africa. Quite a few stations that are interesting in the DX pileups. So let's check it out. Welcome aboard. This is the weekly live show, the weekly show that we talk about radio. It's every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we're here to talk about radio, have fun with radio, entertain, and just, find something cool either to listen to, answer questions. Uh, really, really a great place if you're new to the hobby because you'll learn tons of stuff. And my name is Joe. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And hope that you enjoy today's show and have fun with us, of course. When the show's over, before the show's over, there's a beautiful chat room that accompanies this live stream, which is really nice. And I always, make sure that it stays saved with the live stream when the stream is over, because it's kind of cool to see, the chat, and sometimes people ask questions, answer questions. So, having the chat recorded with the stream when it's over, it's pretty cool too. And so, great people. I say it all the time. I think this is the best place of all for people that are polite and great people that, respect each other. Of course, several rules are in effect. It's extremely important to follow them. No politics of any kind, no religion of any kind. We don't want that here. And so this is a great place. If you have questions, anything, this is where you should be. Actually, somebody sent me an email last week and said, I love it when you say this is a place we should be, because he said in the email, he says, it definitely is the place we should all be in the radio hobby. So it's kind of cool. Of course, when all of this is over, we have a Facebook page, which is more than 4,000 members now. And that Facebook page is quite active with people sharing what they're listening to, pirates or whatever program. I often post there what I'm listening to if I come across broadcasts. I think it's going to be very useful this week because I'll be posting a lot of the broadcasts that are coming up, because in a few hours from now, we are going to reach 0 hours Universal Time. That means it'll be technically October 27th. That means that stations will start using their winter schedules, as we call them here in Northern Hemisphere. The B24 schedules are in effect starting 0 UT. A few stations will still be on their old frequencies just for tonight. But tomorrow, Sunday, it's a game changer. Your stations are all, or a lot of them, are going to be on different frequencies. And so the usual websites that we use, the IBA space, short-wave.info, and all of that, has a good chance of being inaccurate. So you might be looking at a frequency, seeing what you're listening to, and you won't have the good answer. You won't know because it won't be updated immediately. It can take anywhere from a few days to a few weeks. It depends on each website. Eventually, we'll have it all sorted out, and hope that they are up to date as soon as possible for that. One of the websites that will be available with the data is the hfcc.org website. HFCC is the organization, which is actually, it's called the High Frequency Coordination Committee. They are the ones that handle the requests of stations asking for frequencies that they're going to use. And with that list, they can actually look at and make sure that stations don't clash, so that there's no two broadcasts to the same area at the same time, which would be a problem on the same frequency. There are exceptions to the rules. Some stations don't participate. One of them, notoriously known for that, is Radio Havana Cuba, not participating in there. So when it clashes with other stations, it's because they just don't care and don't participate to that. Anyways, Radio Havana Cuba has been pretty much nowhere to be seen in the last couple of weeks. I have not heard one Radio Havana Cuba transmitter on the air. I am in the last couple of weeks, that's for sure. So I don't know what or when or if they're going to come back. See, the situation in Cuba is very difficult. So, definitely is something that they have a hard time keeping on the air right now. So we'll see. Personally, I find that a little sad because I kind of like Radio Havana Cuba. There's some stuff that's nice. The Cuban music is good. So, we do miss some of the old shows, Irony Coros, DXers Unlimited. That will always be a kind of a little something that we'll remember from Radio Havana Cuba. And so new schedules, guys. That means this week is going to be a rough one. I'm going to actually make a series of videos this week, which will be like little highlights of stations and frequencies to monitor. One that I hope BBC is using again, like last year, the 11 meter band frequency. They were on 25,900 in around 1600 UT. I really hope they are again. I haven't looked at the schedules to see if they are using it this year. But whatever, there are frequencies out there that are going to be very interesting to monitor that might give you some stations you haven't heard. Talking of stations that are interesting and you haven't maybe heard in a long time, on 9620 right now, I am hearing Radio Akashvani, which is All India Radio's new name. They are in French, and they seem to have some daily 15-minute English on 9620. So it's coming in fairly well, even though it's noisy here. If you've seen my video of a walk in the park this week, you might have noticed that I was hearing it very well on the portable radio in the park where the noise is pretty much zero. So 9620, if you want to try it, that's they were playing some Indian like Bollywood style music just before the show started. So if you want to check it out, 9620 right now, All India Radio or Radio Akashvani, which is the name now. So the other thing to check out this week will be Pirates, even starting today, because it's Halloween on Thursday, and Halloween equals pirates. A lot of pirates, and sometimes pirates we haven't heard in a long time. Pirates we might hear only once a year. I will be live on Thursday at 20 hours UTC. So October 31st, 20 hours UTC. I've heard that there's going to be the ghost of Shortwave Past that might be on the air live here. So we're going to see about that. And it seems it's going to be a show where we're going to go back in time to stations that are going to come back from the graveyards of radio. So if you want to check that out, it's coming up this Thursday, October 31st. I will be live with a special shortwave Halloween. And then after that, me and my nephew are going to go. We have, I got a map here just to show you. They issue a map here, which is kind of cool, of the area around here. And they have all the haunted alleys that are in the area. So what they're going to do is we're going to go through these haunted alleys, which are always kind of fun. Last year, one of them, which was kind of funny, well, they had some music and a little jazz band, and it was kind of cool. And it was a pretty long alley too, and there were all sorts of decorations and stuff. But it was kind of cool because people from the area were like giving you. Last year was cold, and it was very welcome. There was one place where there was some chicken soup. So if you were going next to that place, you could have a little bowl of chicken soup for free, which was really comforting because it was hot and it was really cold last year. And We moved, me and my nephew moved maybe, 10 steps from there, and it was you could have some whiskey for $5, a little shot of whiskey, which was like, okay, they have the adult version of something to keep warm. It was kind of fun, and we're going to do this after the live show. I'm going to go head out. I always love going to see these haunted alleys and seeing the kids also going through at the Halloween night. So it's always fun. So this is pretty cool. Okay. Masters, Players, Radio and Television. Nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, WA5107 SWL. Morgan City, Louisiana. London 19657. Nice to have you here. David's Radio Room. Nice to have you on board from Central Georgia. RJDA Dakota. Nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. Here temperature is about in the 40s. We're in the 40s, upper 40s. It's going to go down in the next couple of days to below 0 Celsius. So we'll be at night in the 20s. There was even a day where there was little snowflakes showing in the weather. So, but it's supposed to come back pretty warm. They're actually announcing if things don't change on Halloween Day, we're going to be at around 70 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius. So that's going to be very good for the kids and very good for the haunted alley night, where it's going to be warm this year. Because last year was about freezing, 32 Fahrenheit when we went out for the haunted alleys. Actually, we went to the haunted alleys. Then we made a detour to another place that we noticed sometimes is they have cool stuff. And after we did that, we just looked at each other. It's like, I think it's time to go home. I'm starting to get cold. So, and I always end up the night with, a couple of horror movies before going to bed. Boston Patriot, nice to have you on board from Central Wisconsin. Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from Colorado. We have, so David's Radio Room, nice to have you here. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. Torben Herbenson, nice to have you on board from Norway, I believe. Dwayne, nice to have you here from Northeast Tennessee. Ricky, nice to have you on board from Calgary. Toujours un plaisir. And it does seem, by the way, for those that wonder, that AWR is leaving all its relays and keeping only, it's not leaving shortwave in the sense that they're only going to keep their Guam transmitter site. But they're all going to leave the different relay areas, Madagascar, Austria, Musbun, Austria, and so on. This is going to be a hard hit for relay stations, because they had about 120 broadcasts a day. That was a lot of money injected into these relay sites. So that could hurt the relay sites for sure. What else do we have? TV DX, bonjour, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Jean Arrache, salut. Nice to have you on board. Toujours un plaisir. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland. DX Swinger from Southeast Pennsylvania. Nice to have you here. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here. Bert from Virginia. Calvin, nice to have you here. We do have Nick Hammondot from Romania. Nice to have you here. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. N5 KVO in South Texas. White Lord, nice to have you here. Airwaves are on fire for the contest. Absolutely. It's, it reminds me when we go, when solar activity was low, people are always saying 10 meters is dead. And I always would joke, it's, they're dead unless there's a contest, when suddenly, miraculously, they're working, 10 meters working, which is always funny. But 10 meters has been a pretty good band in the last few months. I've been doing almost daily contacts on the 10-meter band here. The Moose, 1829. Nice to have you here. Jim Gordon. Well, it's a Molson Dry. Very Canadian beer. Molson Dry. Nothing fancy that I'm having as a beer. Joseph E. Nice to have you on board from the San Francisco Bay Area. Tuning the bands, trying to figure out if I should buy a new scanner or if I should buy a Texan PL660. And tuning the bands, of course. So, yeah, tough decisions, especially when we're not millionaires. You know, if we'd be millionaires, why not buy both? Always looking at self. Nice to have you on board. I've been picking up a lot of CB guys. Why are they always screaming? Yeah, that's CB for you. They're either screaming or you get these guys from down in Texas that you don't understand half of what they're saying. Dave Cotres, nice to have you here from the Czech Republic. Had several contacts with Czech Republic and different bands with the contest since last night. Ricky says conditions have been fantastic here, even with the usual noise. Signals are so strong, the noise blanker on the RSP DX is enough most of the time to clear things up. Pretty cool. What else do we have? Seems a lot of people are having beer. Spindle Twister, nice to have you on board. So like I was saying right now, I was on 21-36 for South Africa, a station. Miji, nice to have you on board. Yeah, RJ Dakota, Mongolia. I was surprised. I was looking at the DX spots on DX Summit website, and I realized that station from Mongolia was there, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try it. You know, you always have that doubt. You're like, well, from Mongolia, it's probably not gonna make it to here. But like I always say, try it anyways. And I tried it, and it's like, wow, he was actually strong. It took me maybe I don't know, 10 to 15 calls before he came back to me. So not too bad, considering a lot of the stations are using kilowatt power and beam antennas of all sorts. I still made it through, so it's pretty cool. Really was nice to hear Mongolia on the bands. Danny Shortwave Radio DX, greetings. Nice to have you on board from Yonkers, New York. I got into a little rant with XH Data, a back and forth little thing. So I'm not sure I'll have XH Data radios again for free, which who cares? Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Don Royal, WA73330WL, nice to have you on board. Says a new update for Shoyang LC90 radio 4.6.2. Yeah, I think that's been there for a little while, if I'm not mistaken. I've noticed with that update 4.6.2, the connections to the streams are faster and more solid. Less moments when the stream stops or pauses, or so. Kind of nice. I can't wait for 4.7 though. Apparently they fixed the single sideband, and we'll have RDS on FM. I mean, they're giving us everything we asked for, so this is pretty cool. What else do we have? KWN61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. 100 Fahrenheit, yeah, that is hot, definitely. Yeah, the pileups it's the equivalent of a traffic jam. There are some hams that are totally disrespectful, though. Yesterday, there was a European ham, that corrected a US guy. So he was way down on 14121, which is not a place where most US hams can go. And there's a Kilo 7 station that was trying to contact that station, which was, I think it was from the Czech Republic, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he wasn't from one of the European countries, anyways. And the contest station said, Kilo 7, don't call here. I'm not going to answer you. You're not allowed to be here. And it was like, oh, you just got a little slap on the wrist. So I was like, because I was surprised. I was like, what is a KK7 station? What is he doing on 14121? Not supposed to be here. KU, nice to have you on board from Pontiac, Michigan. And thanks for the Saturday live streams. Take care for you also. Nice to have you here, and always nice to be here. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. We have Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. M7CUN. John, Tampa, Florida, nice to have you here. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from sunny, miserable Northeast Illinois. Fighting a sinus infection. It's winning. That's always kind of bothering. You know, it's like having one of those little colds that never goes away, and you're like, oh, God. Ricky says, scanning around last night, I noticed Radio Rebelde was on, but not much else from Cuba. Yeah. Jean Arachia, they were online. Actually, they were offline. Radio Event in Cuba was offline for quite a few days. They were online last week on the live show, but like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, even the streams weren't working. So I was guessing that they didn't have electricity and generators to continue. Shortwave archive, I heard a carrier, very low modulation a couple of days ago. Radio Rebelde is on most days. Yeah, it's the one that I've noticed with that if there is one on the air, Radio Rebelde is pretty much the one that I noticed is always there if something's on the air. So shortwave archive, I think the BBC won't be using 11 meters for B24. Oh, that's sad. It was so much fun hearing that 25900 at 16 UT. I haven't looked through the schedules yet of the BBC. HSNH, nice to have you here, Hans. It's more like Hans. From the Netherlands, which also was one of my major contacts I did from Europe. Kev Michael, been hearing 6,000 kilohertz with RHC, but China is on that frequency in my area. Nice to have you here, Matt, MDK2. John, Tampa, Florida. Nice to have you here, Northeast Illinois, and Matt is in Colorado. And yep, only a few hours left for the A24 skeds, so that's something to look at. I had quite a few people. I know that Bobby Burgess asked it, and I had a few people comment on, and even on the World of Radio IO group from Glenn Hauser. A lot of people talking about the fact that Wednesday and Friday, Radio Exterior España was not playing the regular English language and French language shows. And somebody has said on one of the groups that there's a special holiday or something that was on Friday in Spain. And I know that sometimes when they have special holidays or they have to play special programming, they will remove the foreign languages for a few days before coming back. But they're supposed to be back as they are listed to be playing English, French, Portuguese language broadcasts in the B24 schedules as the usual, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 3 times a week. I don't know why they do it like that. So it's like, why not do it every day? You know, I don't know. Joseph, 9620 coming in barely. Glad AIR is back on post-COVID. Yeah, they're not on the same, schedules and the same number of transmissions as before, but they are definitely there. I want to check something. I want to see. Here we go. I'm using something else, and I wanted to see the times of all the postings. So, okay, let's go back where I was. 413, like that. I can easily go back to where I was when I lose my spot. Okay, what else do we have? So Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. Different Gear TV. Yes, the ghost of shortwave past is back. Matt says, I'm working the election locally, so I'll be recording the spectrum, but not tuning in live. What else do we have? Where's the voice of shortwave future? Yeah, that one would be would have to be another type of holiday. That voice of shortwave future. John Tampa, Florida, nice to have you here. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board. Andy New, the Halloween show sounds great fun. As they say, nostalgia isn't what it used to be. Yeah. So London says ghost walks are good. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you here from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Good afternoon. Ricky says just 2 high power broadcasts on 11 meters during B24 per HFCC. So there will be 25,700, 14,1430 Wolferton in Hausa, 25,820 Radio France International. Huh, that's interesting. That will be an interesting one to check out. 14 to 15 Radio France International, 25,820. If I'm not mistaken, they had registered the frequency last year, but never used it. So I would have loved to have that BBC English like they had last year, which was 2 hours from 16 to 18 UT. Would have been nice. Kev Michael had a new station this morning at 5:30. I heard Voice of the People, South Korea, 2910 and 3930. Wow. That's pretty cool. What's the drink? Beer. It's beer. I'm having a beer. Matt says we're about to get some cold weather next week here in Denver, but it's rebound just a bit on Halloween. Yeah. Kevin Michael heard 2310 kilohertz with shortwave radio Australia. Very weak this morning. Cool. I don't know if anyone that heard that frequency in North America. I haven't checked or seen any logs of it. 54 Cal, nice to have you here, Northwest Pennsylvania. Kids are trick-or-treating. I'm listening in the car. So you guys are doing that tonight. Yeah, I know there are some places here around the South Shore that do it on Saturday evenings rather than on the real Halloween day, which kind of find it bad, more fun on Halloween day. So that's going to be an interesting one to check out. Radio France in French, 25820. Can't wait to check that out. And hope they're going to be there because I believe last year or the year before they had registered, but they weren't there. Shortwave archive. Sadly, AWR will be leaving sometime in 2025. So there is no date yet. It's very interesting about how the drop is like such a sudden move, and I particularly find weird that AWR themselves aren't even talking about it. It's like, why are you in panic mode or something? The Wavescan show, for those that listen, because I like to listen to the AWR Wavescan, the Wavescan show will be continuing on different stations, including WRMI. So we'll still have that DX show going on. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Richard Myers, nice to have you here from South Daytona, Florida. KO4OSA. Kevin Michael says on 11 meters into 10 meters has been open with communication from Mexico to Bolivia. So pretty cool. Andy News says the secret is to call CQ if you think the bands are dead. You never know who's listening. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen times when 10 meter was quiet and the 10 meter SSB calling frequency is 28,400. I spent time there and regular calls of CQs went through on 28,400. So, you know, it's sad because people have this tendency to always follow like their gut feeling that, oh, well, you know, there's never anything on 10. So why go on 10? And that's the exact opposite of what any radio and amateur radio dude should do. It's to always think that a band must be dead. And even worse, think that a band must be dead because you ain't hearing anything on it. Yeah, take the time to call CQ. You'll be surprised. You know, there's a ham that was talking about the fact that, oh, well, you know, I never call CQ because nobody ever answers. And I was like, well, that's kind of a dumb thing to do. And I was talking about the fact that I, from time to time, will call CQ. Yeah, it might take several minutes. But when I call CQ on a band that I'm pretty sure it must be open even if you don't hear anything, I got to tell you, you end up having somebody answer your call. There's not enough people doing it. You know, when people say it's quiet, well, that's a problem. Not enough people are taking the time to, hey, just get out there, call CQ somewhere. You'll be surprised. So, you know, and yesterday, the contest, I was hopping on different stations in the CQ contest. But one of the things that I decided to do at a certain point last night was find myself a quiet spot and decided, okay, let's call CQ. So I, you know, started calling CQ contest, and it didn't take more than a minute and a half. That station started, you know, coming through and giving me their call signs. So it was actually working well, that too. And you know, I'm surprised, you know, with my very basic station, basically, which is my Yaesu FTDX10 with 100 watts and, you know, half wave infin in the backyard, nothing fancy. I'm surprised at how good you know, things are for me and making contacts. You know, I'm not the big powerful station, but I'm getting out there. Marvin Mott says, good morning from the Japan Islands. My rooster is screaming. Got me to tune in. So that's a new one. Roosters that are going to alarm you of live shows. Sweat cuts. I was looking at Jupiter last night through a 10-inch reflector. And what you should do when you do that is take a radio with you and put it around 21, 22 megahertz. You might hear some crackling, some pops, and some weird whoosh sounds that could be Jupiter. And from what I've seen, you don't need to have that big of equipment to hear those. So you should always have a radio. You might be listening and watching Jupiter at the same time. Yeah, Kev Michael, that guy on Channel 6 is always there. It's been there for years, actually doing that all the time. It's like, yeah. Nigel Ward, nice to have you on board. Week has gone by so fast. Absolutely. Drinking some IPA beer here. Cool. Yeah, time did go fast this week and even October. I mean, it's like, wow, we're already at the end of October this week. It's just crazy. Art Dodd, nice to have you here from New Jersey, K2ADC. We have Alabama Red, nice to have you on board. Was getting a French AM station from Canada the other night with the DX 286 in Alabama. Cool. James Larrymore, nice to have you on board. KC3YUN. I don't know why this. Radio ID scans and other. Nice to have you here. Why is. What's happening here? Can I. Just checking out. Why is. Why are. I guess maybe your. Radio ID scans and other. I guess, Bert, maybe you've accidentally blocked some of the messages because there's nothing offensive there. What else do we have? Rob's radio channel. Nice to have you on board. MDK2 says, what frequency did you say after that? KK7 121 14121. Yeah, well, there's a depending. I don't know what's the exact rule for the US, but depending on the license you have, the SSB voice is available at starting at 14150 or something like that, which was one of the rules. 14121, a US station shouldn't be there in voice. But here in Canada, we can use. I could be on 14121. There's no problem there. I could be using a single sideband, upper sideband voice phone without any problems. In fact, I could go down to 14100 and be in voice. Europe is the same. Europe, maybe not all countries, because it's really a country by country rule thing. So it depends on, I guess, the different rules of the ham, the regulations in the country itself. But he shouldn't have been on 14121. And that European station told him, it's like, hey, you can't be here. You're not allowed here. I was allowed. I made a contact with him because it was okay. Victor Echo stations are allowed there. Kevin Michael, Radio Rebellion 5025 was weak. Dave Coaches, yeah, it's for Europe and for Canada. Canada also. Canada 14100 to 350. We can be in single sideband without any problems. What else do we have? Shortwave archive. I heard someone during a contest calling phone on 14230, and someone told him the frequency was SSTV. Yeah, but you know what? It's remember 14230, which is a slow scan TV calling frequency, is a gentleman agreement. It's not a rule. You could go on 14230 and do some single sideband voice, and especially now with a contest, those rules are kind of taking a little bit of the side note. But a lot of these things aren't, set in stone. It's just that, of course, if you go on 14230 and start having a contact, voice contact, you're probably not going to make much friends. As we kind of try to follow their gentleman agreement. It's like FT8. The general FT8s are, say on 20, it'll be 14074. But there's nothing that prevents you from saying, I'm going to call it with FT8 on 14.115. It's not, something that's illegal. It's just we don't usually do that, you know. Welcome back, Jean Rush. What else do we have? But a lot of the rules are just gentlemen agreements, and gentlemen agreements aren't officially something that you've got to that it's not, like I said, in stone. Here we go. Let me go down. Bill O, nice to have you here from Eastern Maryland. Love your stuff. Just got gifted a Texan S2200X and learning how to use it. Cool. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that radio. The problem with like SSTV and all these things, when there's a contest, people are just piling up everywhere. So the rules are kind of going off. Look at the radio teletype contest. When there's an RTTY contest, RTTY, usually you stay within the limits of, say on 20 meters, you'll stay in the limits of 14,080 up to 14,100. That's the little part, that little 20 kilohertz region is going to be the part where RTTY operators stay in. But when there's a contest, you start hearing them like below 14,080 and sometimes up to 14,120. When I've seen RTTY on some contests go as high as 14,130, 35. Once again, nothing illegal. It's just that now you're kind of pushing the boundaries and the limits of where you should be in radio teletype technically, Kev Michael heard Radio Panama on 10/17, 9 p.m. on AWA-CA DW235 Radio City CD player cassette deck. Cool. Cool. Sheldon Harvey managed to get a couple of new ones on the ham bands today. Madagascar on 10, Jordan on 15, and Guyana on 10 meters. Cool. I didn't have any countries I didn't have before. I'm happy to have purchased the CQ Worldwide DX logging software, because one of the biggest problems with the with going into a contest like that is last year I was not prepared. I just jumped in and manually scribbled whatever I was listening to. And what happened is that at some point you notice that you double down. It's like you make a contact and you notice that, oh, I made a contact with that station on that band already, which means you're not going to get any points for that. You already logged it. So what happened is this year I wanted to be a little more serious. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to check out what logging software I can use. And there's an amateur radio operator, N3FJP. He has like this little company called Affirmatech, and he has logging software specific to each contest. So I got the N3FJP's CQ Worldwide DX contest log, and I'm happy because it does everything, and it has a great way of showing you, the countries you're contacted on each bands, the number of countries, number of new CQ zones. It has your total score. So right now, for example, I'm at 49,274 score, which is only 2 or 3,000 less than last year, and there's still more than 24 hours to go. Tomorrow I'll be more serious. Tomorrow I'm going to really, really ram the stations, the most possible amount of stations logged up to the end of the contest. Try to really focus. And so it tells you everything. It tells you the total contacts, QSO points, total multipliers, your total score. It gives you when you're like really doing a lot of contacts, it tells you how many QSOs per hour you're actually doing. And what's particularly nice is that when you go through and there's so many stations, you kind of forget, did I do this one? Did I contact this one? Now this is cool because as soon as I enter his, call sign, the little window comes red and says, forget it. You already have this one. So it's kind of cool. So really, really nice. I'm happy to have, it was like $8.99 or something. It was like, yeah, for $8.99, I ain't gonna I'm glad. And I'm happy to have it. And I'm happy to have it because at the end, it has the output in a file that is exactly the type of file that you need to upload to CQ Worldwide Contest so that your logs are in their logs and that they could calculate all the points after all. So, SWAT Cats, reading the ARRL Antenna Handbook 2024. That's a book I should own. Because maybe I'm at a point where you want to play with more antennas and play with stuff and see what you can do. Sometimes it can help out even in a place where it's a little difficult. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here from New Mexico. We have SWAT Cats made 24 contacts on board a Challenger 300 plane with an HF radio on a test flight. Wow, cool. This is cool. WF7I Homebrew Bird be careful about what you're doing because you seem to be blocking radio ID scans and other from commenting. I don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're got on your phone or something and it's you're doing it. It's already happened in the past with other users that by accident they're blocking someone. J Projects, nice to have you on board. Hearing a hum on WWV 15, 20, and 25 today. Okay, let's just go out in 25. Let's check it out. Absolutely no hum here. Are you hearing it right now? Because I don't hear it here. I haven't heard any hum. It seems like the signals seem to be very clear. Unless it's something coming from somewhere else. Because I don't hear any hum here. 15 is clear. 20 is perfectly clear. 25 is perfectly clear here. Unless it's something that you guys are hearing at a different place that's coming from some other, because there's other stations that give time on 15 particularly. I don't know. That's weird. John Tampa, Florida says, been hearing that hum on 25. That's interesting. Because here it seems very, very clean. Huh. Unless it's not always there and I have not noticed it. Kind of interesting. So if anybody hears hums on WWV frequencies, John Tampa says he heard it only on WWV 25 yesterday and today. Huh. Okay. 57 Steve, the X1. Oh, so Kevin Michael says CBC Calgary on 1010. Been a week recently. 57 Steve says 5:30 a.m. Radio Encyclopedia and 5:70 a.m. Radio Reloads, both out of Cuba, have been very strong late at night into my area here in Georgia recently. Huh. Sweatcuts, when I am on the bands that I have the privilege to work on, when I call CQ, most of the time I hear no one answers my CQ, but I will not give up. Yeah, but don't give up. It's very surprising. Sometimes I think a lot of people are just giving up too soon. It could take several minutes, but don't give up. Sarah Westerdale, sort of new to shortwave. I've watched many of your videos and learned a lot, especially about shortwave for beginners. So I'm WRWD326. So welcome aboard, Sarah. You're at the right place. So yeah, in Europe, you guys in Europe, the clocks are changing tonight. Here in North America, it's next week, first weekend of November. Because your radio ID scans and others, all your messages were blocked. I could see it. KW61, European station, probably had been warned by his regulatory agency for talking with U.S. station in the past. Yeah, but it's not just that. Since it's a contest, that would not have counted because it wasn't a part of frequency where it's not allowed. I am in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. Yeah, except for Arizona, and isn't Saskatchewan not moving? I think also here in Canada. Yeah, North America is next week. Let me just go here. Okay, whoops. Went a little too far. Okay, here we go. James Farley, nice to have you here. KD2GUZ from Old Bridge, New Jersey. Chris, nice to have you here from Southwest England. Bill, oh yeah, the MLA 30 is one of your best friends, especially if it's noisy where you are. Yeah, Joseph, you can't be penalized for it officially because it's not a rule that you're breaking. You're just being an a-hole for not being careful and not abiding by the gentleman agreement. It's like I will avoid that anytime that I go and want to do something, transmit, whatever. I always will follow. You don't do this on that part of the band because it's simply, you're going to be tagged as an idiot. And so, what else do we have? Jasmine, nice to have you on board from cloudy Seattle. Stanley, nice to have you here. Stan from Toronto. Nice to have you on board. We have Kevin Michael. Question: what does AM wide mean? That means that it uses so if you have the choice of AM and AM wide, that means that your radio has two bandwidths available for AM. And so AM will have the narrower filter, whichever is the one on the radio. And AM wide, the filter gets wider. So if you use AM wide, you might notice that the audio quality or fidelity seems to be improved on strong signals because you're getting more information. It's wider. And AM narrow will just narrow it down to the narrow filter the radio has. And that can help you in a circumstance where you're trying to avoid interference from the stations on each side of the signal you're listening to. So it's simply two different bandwidths that you have. Joseph, Joe, what's the best logging software for just shortwave DX, if any, as opposed to ham stuff? I don't know. I've never looked into a logging software per se. So I don't have an answer to that. As I don't log. I used to log in books in the 90s. I don't log anymore. I just, go with the flow. So I can't really answer that question. Bill, we got a Texan 48X. Is it just fair? Yeah, you're better with an MLA30. It definitely is way better than that 48X. Jim Gordon, there's a great old creepy CBC radio series, Nightfall, out there on the net. Worth listening for Halloween. Cool. What else do we have? Kevin Michael has got CBK Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, 540. Wow, pretty cool. Yeah, no problem, Bert. It happens sometimes. It happened in the past with other people not realizing they're blocking somebody for some reason. Rob's radio channel says purchased the Texan PL880 radio on Amazon. I'll be comparing it with my vintage radios. Cool. Tim Teller, nice to have you here from Eastern Bavarian, Southeast Germany. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Always cool to have you here. Paul Palinkas, my favorite radio DJ, Kurt Relay, DJ El Toro, is now in Tucson. David in Barcelona, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you here from Spain. I almost thought it was you last night, David. I had a contact with a EA3 UK or IAK, or it was darn close to your call. And the first thing I thought is, oh, I'm going to have a contact with David. And then I realized, looking at the Curacet page, it's like, oh, it's not David, it's somebody else. But with the call that's very similar. I thought it was you. It was like all excited. It's like, hey, we're having a voice contact and a CQ contest. But unfortunately, it wasn't you. So I was like, oh, it's not David. Darn. Would have been fun. Skipwave DX says 12050 Wolferton. With radio, one of those clandestine relays. Yeah, Michael got 25 megahertz WWV doing today on Eaton Field. JJY Japan is the same frequency. Are they on 25? Is JJY Japan all that high? I thought they stopped at 15 megahertz. Ricky, those who hear humming on WWV, could it be due to strong signal overloading radios? Like Gilles, nothing like that here. Yeah, I don't know. It intrigues me because we do have two people. One is on 25 only, One thing to make sure is move your radio and go somewhere else with it and retry the frequencies if you can. Because I'll give you an example of here. Here I got to be very careful. If I am in a certain part of the kitchen and I turn on the radio to tune in some strong signals, I hear a hum. And that hum, for example, on Radio Romania, I'll hear a hum when it's strong. And that hum, I know, is not really there on the signal, but comes from something within the building here that for some reason is creating it. If I move the radio and go outside in the backyard, the hum goes away. So just make sure it's not something around you creating that hum. If it is, you should be hearing it on other signals like that are strong. So if you hear the hum on 15, try to get another signal on 15 megahertz that is very strong and see if you hear the hum on that too. Then maybe it's something localized, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I'm baffled because here it's very clean. I was hearing 15, 20, and 25 here now. No hum. It's a very clean signal. So this is very interesting. That's why I asked, can you verify right now? Do you hear it now? We can compare. John Tampa says it's a weird electronic noise type interference. Yeah, the only thing I could say that it could be, there could have been some other signal interfering with it. Remember that 25 is close to the studio to linked to the studio to transmitter links. If you might be, because of very good propagation, hearing something else that could technically go over it. 25 is a little far, but I've heard close to it some out of band guys too. So could it be some interference from something else itself? So, it is interesting. It is differently interesting. Yeah, this is the time when Japanese hams are coming in at this time. You'll hear a lot of Japanese hams. Shortwave archive. I've never understood shortwave stations that ceased because no one listens when each day the shortwave community grows. You know, it's a very complex thing. What is complicated with that thinking is that I think we have to just understand that even though there's a community, I mean, just look at my channel. I am at 49,000 subscribers, and maximum maybe before Christmas, I will have reached 50K, 50,000 subscribers. It's a shortwave radio channel. It attracted 50,000 people that clicked subscribe. There's people out there obviously interested in radio. But I think the problem is, as easy as it is to click subscribe, the problem relies then on the communication. Who is writing to stations to let them know? That takes an effort, a bigger effort. And a lot of people aren't doing it. Me and Sheldon were talking about participation in events, radio events. So here, I've this live show. Okay, I can sometimes reach 200 and more in a live stream. We're 144 right now. But you compare that number with 50,000 subscribers and you try to understand why is it that it's just 140 when there's 49,000 subscribers. You see that really weird, funky difference. We talked about me and Sheldon D, Canadian International DX Club Zoom meeting, which reaches 10% of the subscribers coming in and participating in a Zoom. Why are 90% not there? There are members. They're receiving the bulletin every month that tells them this is when the Zoom is happening. So put that perspective into, I'm a big broadcaster. I'm spending millions of dollars. And I get this handful of people saying, hey, I'm here listening for millions of dollars. They get to a point where they're just looking at it and saying, okay, see, if I'm spending 25 million a year and we've got a few hundred listeners that write in, maybe I'm wasting my money. And the thing is there's more than the ones that write in that are listening. I'm part of being guilty of that a little, because it's been a while since I've written to a radio station. Remember, guys, when I'm trying to boost you into writing to your stations, maybe, you know what? Maybe this week is the week we should all do it. I promise that I will write to the stations I'm listening to this week in return of your promise to write at least to one station by email, by letter, by whatever. Write your favorite station, even if it's just one. Write to your favorite station and let them know you're out there. And I will do it this week too. Next week in the next show, I will be giving you details of what stations I've written to on shortwave. I say it all the time. If they don't get any emails or mail, it's hard. How you're sending a radio signal out there in the void of space somewhere over continents. Who's out there listening? In one evening, I mean, if let's say we take that the people that are never going to write in, Radio Romania, English, how many people in North America in one given moment, and let's put it into the perspective of, in one of the most popular nights when people are on the radio listening, how many people in North America are listening into Radio Romania? One thing for sure is that they do get letters or emails. One thing for sure is when I listen to their mailbag show, an awful lot of the same names all the time. I hear the same names on many of the mailbag shows. Voice of Turkey, same thing. I listen in and I'm like, wow, same people have written in this week than 2 weeks ago or a month ago. There are a few different names, but overall, you're like, huh, yeah. If I'd be a broadcaster, I'm like, yeah, there's 14 people listening to me. Always the same 14 writing in. Yeah, but there's more people than that for sure. But you can't have any numbers. There's no number that's there unless you write in to say, hey, I'm here. Look at WRMI shows, even WBCQ shows. I've heard from a few people that purchased airtime and say, you know what? Been on WBCQ on one of their good frequencies. Didn't get a freaking email after weeks and weeks of paying airtime. Now, you're not going to tell me that nobody listens in. There must be someone listening to whatever shows out there. You know, we had a little bit of that discussion with people behind, you know, Texas shortwave. The lack of participation while the show is there, and I mean, he's trying to push it and have it play on different broadcasters, but still, you're like, why isn't anyone writing in to say, hey, I'm there, or even to ask for a QSL? So, you know, shortwave archive, that's the problem. They end up thinking no one's there because no one writes. It's a very difficult thing. Now, how do you know at any given time how many people are listening in? It's unless they write, you just can't. So you got to guess that, well, there must be someone, definitely, but who? You know, one of the best things that happened to the show that I do with Sheldon, where I'm co-host, which is the International Radio Report. Before the YouTube channel existed, with the show posted there, we didn't have any metrics of how many people are listening to us. One thing for sure, we don't have a metric of who's listening live on 90.3 FM in a Sunday morning. Now, we know there are. Usually we know there are when something is going wrong. A great example is when I posted once the wrong show. I had posted a previous show rather than the new show that aired on the station. And I got like 5 text messages, 6 emails, and I don't know what, saying, hey, it's the wrong show. So I was like, yeah, you guys complain only when something's wrong, but we never freaking hear of anyone when something is and everything's right. So that day is like, oh, people are there listening since I messed up, and now everybody's telling you, hey, you messed up. That's the thing, is like, you don't know who's listening, who's out there. The YouTube channel gave us a metric. This is what's great of YouTube. On the YouTube channel, now we know, you know, there's a few hundred listening every week. We have a number there. And probably you add more people listening in, some live, some maybe downloading the podcast directly from CKUT. So we got a kind of a number of, there's people out there. There's people out there. But, you know, that's radio for you. Unless you got some specific metric that you can get from something, you don't know. You just don't know who's out there and who's listening. And you end up maybe just saying, no one's there. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. And just going to pause a few seconds just to say, if you enjoy what I do and think about it, I'm going to have a special Halloween night coming up this Thursday. And then we'll be back next week. We're here every week. Do you like what I'm doing? If you're always here, you know, think about it. This is my job, as well as, you know, not just a hobby and having fun. It's my paycheck too. And if you want to help out, Super Chat, you can use that and help out. Or you can send a donation through PayPal. and you can send a donation through PayPal at the email address that I just posted. Remember, it's not always the same people that should donate. It'd be fun if there's kind of a cycle of who donates. And remember, any amount helps. You don't have to give $50. You can give just $1. Whatever you give is fine. And you know what? Helps me continue what I do. And it helps us also, it helps everybody, because everybody has this show every week to listen to and to watch and to have fun together. And what is a solitary hobby. So thanks for those that have donated in the past, and thanks for those that will donate. It's much appreciated. Tristan, Newfoundland, welcome aboard. We have Ricky that says the 1 week gap in the time change resulted in one of my favorite Glenn Hauserisms, the week of confusion. Yeah, the week of confusion. I like that. James Farley, X-Ray Echo 1, Juliet Alpha Lima, 28275 beacon on 10 meters right now. Pretty cool. Kevin Michael, 13650, Voice of Korea, Pyongyang, with Song of Kim as opening. Yeah, usually is. Somebody the other day says, how without an ID or anything are you convinced you're listening to North Korea? And I'm like, just listen to the program a few times. It's so very distinct that you're like, oh, yeah, North Korea. You can't mistake it for anything else, you know? Danny Shortwave, yeah. Yeah, just go see my video on the Texan 48X, which is, I don't know where it is. If it's not in the garbage, it's lucky. There you go. I'm not a Texan fanboy. I crapped out and said that thing was horrible from Texan. So you see, I can say that some Texan stuff is bad. Man, Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Always nice to have you on board, and pretty cool to have everybody here. So let me just fill up my beer. There we go. Ken Michael says Radio for the Way We Live by Como 1000 kHz, Seattle, Washington. Wow. The one thing I've never done ever in life, I need to absolutely do, is go somewhere near the ocean on the East Coast, West Coast, wherever coast, and do some radio at some point from an exotic place somewhere like that. Tim Teller says, did you ever investigate the Malahide DSP? No, I've never purchased it. I do know someone who has it. Like I said, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. I might be contacting that person and saying, and kind of exchanging a radio with that. No, it's not the Malahide. She has a different one. But no, I have a Chinese Malahide original thing, but which is okay, but started out really bad. So let me check something here. I want to check out. Yeah, JJ. So Danny Shortwave says, almost bought the 48X years ago. Good thing I watched Gilles rant on it. Beam Seablank, nice to have you here from Switzerland, HB3XBL. Sun seems to go crazy at the moment. Hope it doesn't mess with the contest. Yeah, we got this really big group of sunspot that is actually could flare at any moment. Shortwave archive. Yeah, I know they're still on 60 kilohertz though. JJY is on 60 kilohertz, but that's what I thought also, that JJY had stopped at some point. Ricky says the station on 1000 kilohertz from Colorado is so strong, it sometimes causes interference on CBR 1010. Yeah. Jim Gordon, concerning aerials, found that the various wire reel ones on from XH Data, Sony, St. Gian. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Yeah, you're right on that. I have a couple of those little reel-in antenna. That's like, like you're going fishing every time you reel in the wire. um, these are actually very, very useful if you don't want to complicate yourself and you go outdoors and you want to do some radio listening. You just bring one of those, and yeah, they do work very, very well. Absolutely, like Jim says. You know, it made me realize at one point, because I see a lot of people complaining about broken telescopics. And yeah, the telescopics antennas of radios are it's a weak spot. It's a weak spot. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's because it's Chinese. No, look, I broke my fair amount of telescopics on any kind of radio from even the 80s. Don't give me that it's China made and that's why. It's you don't handle it very well. You're not careful enough, much more than anything else. But when people tell me, do you break telescopics? I realize I don't break telescopics. And I realize the reason is I don't use the telescopic much on a lot of radios. Most of the time, I plug in a wire into the antenna socket. And if I don't plug in a wire, I'll clip with an alligator clip the wire on the telescopic, which I never extend. I just clip it on the telescopic on the radio, but keep the telescopic closed. So that could account for why I don't break telescopics much, is because I don't use them that much. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Marvin Mutz. JJY is still on 40 and 60 kilohertz. John Tampa says, I did exactly like you described when outside on telescopic antenna, no more hum. There you go. It's something inside your home, the electricity or some device. It happens here regularly. And I've had a few videos where people were like, oh, there's a hum on your signal of whatever. And I'm like, no, this is not the station itself, or neither the radio is broken. I was in a spot where that is happening. So here, there's a few places in the house where I will not make a video of a station, which usually it's mostly on strong stations. But we got to be careful. Sometimes it's just the environment around us, not the signal. Especially, if you count that the precision at which WWV needs to bring that signal out for the time signal, it'd be very, very surprising that it's not impossible, but it'd be very surprising that WWV's signal have a problem of some sort with technical difficulties of some sort. David says, hey, Joel, yes, there's a EA3IE not too far away from me. Got him on 6 in 2021, and I remember he had quite a booming signal. Always hoping to catch you on the bands. Yeah, that was so funny. Last night I was like, oh, I got David. I was all excited. I got David. We're going to talk maybe. And of course, I got an answer back when I answered the call. And of course, before I looked like a fool and said, oh, hi, David, and the other guy doesn't know what I'm talking about, I went to check QRZ.com and it was like, oh, it's not David. It's close to David. It's not David. Because I was about to like, hey, David, this is so cool. Well, something's going to happen for sure. John Tampa says, took my XHD to 808 outside, no hum. Yeah. Sometimes that happens. It's inside. Ricky, maybe you have a switching power supply that's causing RF signals. That would cause buzzing, humming, 50 every 50 kilohertz or so. Yeah, no, here it's the house wiring. There's something about it. You know, right here where I'm sitting, I got my ass just above all the hydro counters that are the wireless counters. All the electricity that gets inside this building is just underneath this floor. I'm actually sitting on it. So when it happens here, I'm kind of thinking, well, there's so much electricity, there's so much power getting into that room that if I hear a hum, I'm kind of, well, probably normal. Well, maybe not, but you know, but the one in the kitchen particularly is the one that for me is very weird because I'm like, in the kitchen when nothing is working, the oven, nothing, why would it hum like that on the signal? And it's really a hum. It's a 60 hertz hum mixed in with whatever I'm listening to that's very strong. The radio's affected by something. And I have a hard time understanding what could be affecting it, especially when everything's shut down. It's almost as if, well, it comes from the other room, maybe from the neighbor downstairs. I don't know. It's so weird. Um, the question is interesting here. I'm just gonna. I saw it and I just don't want to top. I don't want to jump over it. So a shortwave archive. Why does man-made noise happen on shortwave, medium wave, long wave? And why nowhere else? Now, that's a perception. Man-made noise appears everywhere. It appears everywhere, but we notice it more on the shortwave, medium wave, and long wave because a lot of that interference is created with oscillators that often will be just a few kilohertz or a few a few dozen hertz or kilohertz and with harmonics and stuff. So if you look at a switching power supply, you'll also notice that it has ratings. And if you look at a schematic, you'll see, oh, this part resonates at 500 kilohertz. Well, 500 kilohertz is medium wave. And these things, if they're really cheap, get harmonics everywhere every 500 kilohertz. So the build of our electronics does favor lower frequencies very often. They'll be more affected, and using AM mode it tends to make it worse for some reason in the way that AM works. So you'll have lower frequencies, but don't be fooled. Interference is everywhere. It is in the VHF, UHF range, even on scanner radios of all sorts. I've experienced it on many frequencies. It's just that when you're using a scanner radio on higher frequencies, you might have noticed we're always on FM because that's the mode of choice on higher frequencies, narrow FM or FM in general. FM tends to make it less of a problem for interference. That's why the FM radio band, people loved it. Oh, there's no interference here. Yeah, there is. But FM mode is less affected by interference than AM mode is. So that often improves the signals. But everywhere there's interference. Look at a computer. You notice your computer works with clocks. So the processor will run at 2.5 gigahertz. Well, take a scanner out or a radio out that has that reception of that frequency and put it close to your computer. You'll notice that you hear your CPU's clock. You'll hear a buzzing exactly on the frequency that it's working on. Remember that when you see anything in electronics that says this CPU is at 2 gigahertz, this graphics card is at 500 megahertz speed, it automatically means there's oscillators to make those speeds. And those oscillators, even though they are shielded and they are made in a way that, to minimize noise, are going to transmit RF on that frequency that it's oscillating on. It's a transmitter. It's just that it doesn't have an antenna attached. So it might not go far. It might be heard just near the computer. But anytime you see something works on a certain frequency, whatever it's a chip, whatever it's a computer, whether it's a device, remember that also means that thing is emitting noise. But it's more apparent in AM mode. It's more apparent in our lower frequencies because a lot of devices tend to have oscillators that are low frequency oscillators, 1 megahertz or 2 megahertz or 500 kilohertz. But it's everywhere. You do have noise in 1 gigahertz. It's less apparent. We don't notice it as well, and we often don't have equipment that gives us a signal level. Notice the scanner radio. No scanner radio has, in general, a signal level indicator. So you plug in an antenna, and you can't grasp really the noise on it because it's like, well, I hear this, I hear that. I guess it's in the clear, but if you be somewhere else where there's no noise around you, you might notice I hear VHF or UHF signals that are weaker than when I was at home. You just have nothing to compare it with. So it gives you that impression that, well, there must be no noise in the UHF range. Oh, there is. One great radio for me that tells me that is the ICOM right here, because this has an S meter and goes up to 2 gigahertz. When I'm on the weather channel, the NOAA weather channels, my S meter isn't at 0. My S meter is like S4 on a frequency where there's nothing. Well, that's noise. But that's the only radio that actually can tell me, yeah, there's noise here on VHF because it has an S meter. But most radios on that range don't have any indication of noise of any kind. So you'll notice that, when we move from here to there, and an example, I like to listen to amateur satellites. I notice that I'll hear amateur radio satellites much clearer outdoors far from the house than I hear them if I'm on my balcony in the backyard, simply because, there is noise when I get close to the house here, even on the high frequencies of UHF and more. But it is an interesting question because it's all a question of perception. And once again, having scanner radios that just don't tell you how strong a signal is, we don't have signal indicators. I don't know why that was omitted on so many radios. It seems like on a scanner radio, signal level is not important. It's just have us hear whatever's out there. But having an indication of how strong a signal was, it's actually not a bad idea. Norbert Thought, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Richard Wagner, I get a major thump on the clicks, but it's at 15 and being overdriven. Shortwave Archive says always try to write to stations. It's important. It's important. It's importable. It's important. Catering on 61 says I miss the meetings because either I forget or oversleep. No problem, man. Mr. G, nice to have you here. Says you were going live once a week, but you stopped, but now it's every week again. Shortwave Archive is going to pour his heart in a RRI letter. Yeah. You know, think about it. Radio Romania International could be the next one. Notice that they've got budget restraints that limits the number of transmitters suddenly they're using. So every band, we used to have 2 frequencies for North America. We only have 1. Why? Because there's no budget for the other transmitters. That means it could be a problem in the near future. Don't take for granted that what you hear is going to be there tomorrow. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Joseph, all my favorite stations are pirates, sometimes hard to track down. Yeah, that's a little more difficult, but you know, you have a great way of letting pirates know you're there because they all monitor HF Underground. So even if you can't write to them, do go to HF Underground, create an account, and post, I'm hearing, Radio ABC Pirate, because they do monitor that, and they do look at who's listening. And if you post your email, you might have a surprise of an EQSL. WF7I Homebrew, do you still plan to do some live operating? Yeah, I'm going to check that out. I'm a little scared of doing it. Maybe on 20 could be the place to do a little bit, because I don't want to do anything that will interfere with the stream. But maybe on 2020, I think would be fun. So let me check that out. Jasmine says, Gen Z here. Most of my friends don't listen to radio and of any type and have not heard of shortwave. But we got to take it also into perspective. I don't remember, let's all go back, all of us that been there for a long time listening. Who did you know listen to shortwave around you when you were doing it? I bet you most of you don't have anybody to reference to. I only had one reference of my sister being a ham. I don't have anybody else that, in 1985, when I did that class, in French class, I did that shortwave presentation in a class of 30, 32. Nobody knew about that. No one. I was the only one. It's always been something kind of a little out there that a certain amount of people know about, but most people didn't know anything. When I talk with Sheldon, we talk about Radio Canada International. I can tell you that if you had gone on the streets of Montreal and asked if they knew what's Radio Canada International in 1985, you're going to get a ton of people saying, what's that? What is Radio Canada International? Yeah, it's Canada's voice of the world. Same thing that if in the US, you guys would go in the streets of New York and ask anyone out there, what do you know about the Voice of America? They're just going to stare at you like, the what? The Voice of America? We have that. We have the U.S. Agency for Global Media. The what? They're all going to stare at you like you're a creep or a nerd or something. Shortwave Archive with RRI, sometimes I think they choose specific letters. Yeah, well, they might do that if they have more than they need for a specific show. And they might choose people that they don't hear often, but I hear a lot of names very regularly there. Shortwave Archive loves the International Radio Report. Thank you so much. Tasso V, nice to have you here from Queens, New York. Kevin Michael, WWCR, been coming in on 5835 from Nashville with Dr. Gene Scott. You know, they've been playing that for ages. Bob's Old Records, WRMI Legends says they take requests, but the request page doesn't work. Interesting. This is Jasmine, in my city, we have a really good dance music station, C89, which is a Seattle high school run station, which has a bit of a worldwide reputation, yet most of the audience is millennials and older people. Sean Arash, doesn't CKUT subscribe to Numeris? Nope, they don't. CKUT doesn't pay for that. It's too expensive. So we have absolutely no numbers on CKUT of how many people are listening in and to the different shows. It's a thing that a lot of community and campus radio stations don't subscribe to because they don't have the budget for it. Because even though the CKUT Numeris would cost less than a commercial station, it's still too much money for them to spend on. And since there's not a lot, because most stations that want to have the Numeris numbers are stations that sell ads, because you got to show advertisers people are out there. So, you know, that's one of the reasons they don't really care about those numbers technically. It'd be fun. I'd like to know, you know, because they would be very detailed. We'd probably even know, you know, how many people are tuning in to the International Radio Report. Yeah, Tesla, closing in on 50K subscribers, definitely. Let's go back up here. June Sparley is going to be a Brothers Care Marathon on Thursday. Not sure. But, you know, Jasmine, a great example of how it's important when there is Hurricane Milton. Sheldon was listening in to one of the stations. It's not Milton. When the hurricane, the one that devastated Asheville, North Carolina, the other one before. When there was a station, there's many stations doing live broadcasts. Came up one call of two millennials that said that they had never ever listened to the radio before, but now, with the cell phones not working, the internet not working, no power of any kind, they were for the first time using a portable battery operated radio to keep up with the news on what's happening. And they thanked the station because there was like, this is the only way now that we have some form of communication. They learned, wow, radio is really important in some situations suddenly. London 9657, thank you for the donation. I will have another Molson on you. Thank you so much. And you're inspiring me to put up some creepy lights. Yes, do so and have fun. Be happy. Too many people restrain themselves because, like, oh well, if I do this or I do that, what's going to be the neighbor? What are the neighbors going to say, or what the people are going to say? Is like, who cares? Do it. I was in the park and I was looking at the people passing by when they walk in the park. I know I look, out there, very different, with my phone in one hand, my portable radio in the other, making video, talking. Half of the people think I'm talking to myself, and they're passing by, and they barely, it's like they just like pass by, and they're like, it's like, you just took a peek. You just take a peek. And yeah, of course, I'm pretty different. Oh, by the way, I'm just going to check it out here. You want to hear Zambia, guys? That is something we don't hear often on the ham bands. Zambia 9 Juliet 2 Tango 21237. Am I hearing it? Wow, and she's strong. It's a woman. I'm afraid of breaking the stream if I talk to her, especially on 15 meters. Wow, she's super strong. Wow, what a great signal. 21237. Zambia. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Very strong here. So, anyways, I was in the park, and it did look weird. And you know what? Who cares? Do it. Imagine this week, if it comes warm enough, I want to bring the big Texan S2200X. Imagine people passing by seeing me with that thing on a picnic table in the park. They're going to be like, what the hell is that? So thanks for the donation, London 19657. Much appreciated. UTV and Ham, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. So, Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here from Northwest UK. G6PGV, nice to have you on board, Nicole. Michael, nice to have you here. Shill, #1 talk show host. Justin, thank you so much for the donation, and much appreciated. And really nice to have you guys here. Man, Jill, Florida is pretty spectacular for shortwave. Water on 3 sides and swampland all around. Yeah, that, I don't know why. Well, I know why, partly. I've been up and down the east coast of the U.S. in the 90s with my brother, with some friends. Went to the U.S. so many times, and went to the coast, to the Atlantic coast, so many times. But I never had a radio with me. But now I kind of understand. It was a fun thing. So it was like, you go with your friends, we're going to go party somewhere on the East Coast. You go with your brother, you're not going to know your brother that I want to listen to the radio. We're going to go together, have fun on the East Coast somewhere. So I've never had a radio with me. And today I think about it and I'm like, oh man, I should have brought a portable. And when I had that little 1 hour when nothing was happening, I could have, tried to see what was on and DX a little more. This is something I find sad. As I'm getting older, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to die before going, I don't know, to New Brunswick or going to Nova Scotia or whatever, or even the East Coast of the US, and not have a radio with me to do some cool DXing that might be so amazing. especially on medium wave and maybe what's left of long wave. So, Kev Michael, that's 700 kilohertz KBYR Alaska Talk 700. Pretty cool. Danielson, nice to have you here. Says hearing a beep hum on exactly 25,000. Plenty of skim on 10 meters. Japan and US. Yeah, there could be some other transmitter that's doing something also there on that frequency with the good propagation also. Could be a mixing of something. Shortwave Archive. Did you listen to RRI when it was called Radio Bucharest? Absolutely. Of course, Radio Bucharest was part of my listening. Just like Radio Bulgaria was called Radio Sofia back in the day. I like that. That's one of the shows, by the way, that I like a lot from Radio Romania. If you haven't heard it, I don't remember which day it plays. They have that 10-15 minute capsule on the communist era in Romania, and it's extremely interesting. You learn so many things about what was happening back in the day. It's really, really cool. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Listen to Radio Bucharest back in the 70s and 80s. Yep. Kevin Michael, I go back to the day when I heard Radio Peking, then Radio Beijing, before all of that became China Radio International. I heard Voice of Free China before it was Radio Taiwan. And so many of these things. Kevin Michael says, glad I heard about the Ethan satellite. I seen it on Universal Radio for $400. I say no all the time. Yeah. Calvin picked up another Yaesu FT990. Richard Wagner, my Texan PL680 is broke, but it broke inside the base. Yeah, it happens often. I mean, the telescopic is within a plastic casing, and let's face it, when we use the telescopic on radios, it's a little rough thing. I'm looking at my Texan S2200X, and I'm going to start using a lot more the external antenna plugs and stuff because it's a very rigid and rough way to take out the telescopic and put it back in. And I always think about the fact that, well, it's in a plastic casing, and the plastic casing is not necessarily always the best way to, have an antenna so it stays good for a long time. If you guys remember, so today's radios has a plastic casing, but I remember having Panasonic or some radios from the early 80s. And if you remember, back in that day, some radios, the good ones, instead of having a plastic casing, because a lot of the radios are still plastic, but the antenna itself, the telescopic would go down into a metal tube. It made them stronger and more difficult to break. Usually we'd break the tip because we'd push down on the top, which we should never do. So often the radios had an antenna on the tip that was broken, but the radio itself was fine because a lot of them had that metal tube. It was very solid base where it was hanging in. Today, that base is plastic in pretty much every radio. It ain't that strong, so you got to be careful. Like London 19657. Yep, don't extend if you use a wire. Exactly, just clip. That's all. It'll make your antennas safe. And be careful if you do that to maybe touch the wire to some metal part of something so that it discharges any of the static electricity on the wire. Danny Shortwave says, I rarely use the telescopic antenna. I use clip with wires and external antennas when listening. So yeah, that saves your radio a lot. Ricky says same thing happened to a Sony ICF 7600. Well, you know, my Sony shortwave 7600 JR that I have, which was given to me, the antenna is slightly loose. You know, it's like the few times I've used it, it's like, yeah, it's slightly used. And actually, when I got it, I think the owner, the one that owned it, told me, you know, the antenna might be fragile, a little bit fragile. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's the thing. James Farley, EAM on 8992 and 11175. David says, hi, Joe. I can imagine you getting all excited one of these days. I'll come across VE2ZZI or ZI or ZZ. Yeah. You know, funniest thing, the kind of the, you know, randomness of the hobby. I made a contact last night with a station in Europe, and it was V2ZZI for me. And then the next contact just after me was VE7 ZZI. And I was like, oh, look at that. A VE7 ZZI. It's almost the same, but just not in the same province. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I did think about that, Lyndon. If the fridge could be the cause, the only way I could test that would be to unplug the fridge when it happens. I don't know. KW61 says it's not good to sit on electrical wiring. A hot seat. I got a hot seat here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the kitchen that is weird. Marvin Mott's electrons in every piece of metal are inductively impelled by 60 hertz power wires. Guitar humbuckers minimize this. Yeah, I got my my Fender Stratocaster here, and the guitar pickups are designed to remove and minimize that effect. Because I mean, I had a friend come over with his Stratocaster. It was humming like crazy here. And I remember he told me, he says, how come yours is not? He said, well, I chose mine with special pickups that don't hum. That's why. Papier écriture. Bonjour, bienvenue. Says it happens the same with my external PC speakers when they are Class D and in the SDR spectrum can be seen the interference every 100 kilohertz or so. Yep. Random signals. Working the contest at all? I'm up approximately 150,000 points. It's fun. I'm at something. What was it? Like I have to look at the software. I'm something like at 64,000 points because it's like an on and off thing for me. I don't spend 4 hours just sitting there. You know, I get up and I do other things and I come back and I continue. It's really just for the fun of it, but it is absolutely fun. This is a contest. If there's one contest I love, this is the contest. Man, I love this contest. It's just so cool. The win 1960. Nice to have you here. Ricky, talking at peak at my SDR, 10 meters is alive. Random signals, hoping to get in top 10 in Canada. Try it. For some reason, I was number 7 last year with a very low score. But the number one Canadian score was 2.5 million points. I was like, whoa, that's not what I'm going to get. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. SWAT Cuts at work. I received a shock from a power card that operated 440 volts AC. My right arm went numb for 45 minutes. Oh yeah, that's dangerous. You got to be very, very careful. It's there. I was looking at a YouTube video of electricity related work accidents. It's just crazy. You know what happened here? So here, some dumbass idiots wired the electricity itself, pretty much. So 2 things happened here. I have this really high-end, fancy lighting system. For those that maybe remember, I told you guys I was working at a factory that had lighting systems, and I changed a lot of the rules there because it was like dangerous. But they had home lighting systems. In my kitchen, I have a home lighting system that, no joke, that company sells for $1,000. So it's a lighting fixture that's $1,000. Oh yeah, everybody that comes here and looks at the lamp says, "Wow, that's beautiful." Yeah, it's beautiful. I would not pay $1,000 for it, but hey, I got it free. So the day I installed that here, it was like a horror story. I opened up, I removed the old, like it was like, these ancient bubbles that used to be in fixtures in the 70s. This is what was in my kitchen. And I accidentally broke it by moving something one day. And I'm like, yeah, actually, I had three of these big bubbles through the house. I broke them all by accident. But, I would replace them with like, I mean, I rent. So, I'm not going to pay $1,000 for a landing system. It's not my problem. So what I would do is I replace them with like, you know, $19.99 fixtures at Canadian Tires. I was like, that's $20. I was like, fair enough. I'm renting. It's not my home. But in the kitchen, I wanted to have that beautiful lighting fixture. I took out the base from the electric box. It was a huge nightmare. The wiring is so old here that just taking a wire, moving it 2 inches, well, you just have a piece of wire in your hand. It's completely nuts. It's the electricity in this building needs to be redone completely. So I got to a point where, first of all, I regretted wanting to put that fixture there because it was like, oh God, this is horrible. And I ended, like fixing it using, shrink tubing. You put like, there were parts of it that was like, you could see the metal. And if it touched the base, the electric box, they would short. So what I did is I put probably a 10-inch long shrink tubing and just, with a flame, just shrink tubed it so that it was fine, and put the fixture there and didn't touch anything afterwards. And I was like, the day I move from here, I am taking my lamp, but I ain't replacing anything because I'm not touching that freaking thing again. But the other thing is, in the kitchen, I got three plugs, three sockets, three different sockets. One is in the, but two are near the counter and the faucet. And of course, you guys all know that, metal faucet is often used for grounding. So I put a lamp that I found super cute over my counter where the faucet is. It was like, oh, this is nice. It's going to give a nice, you know. But the exterior of that lamp is metal. So I plug that in, plug it in the electrical socket. Everything's nice. It's like, well, this is cool. It takes 6 months. It's been there for 6 months. Nothing ever happened. 6 months before I learned a rule. I learned that the electrical socket was wired wrong. So 3 a.m., half asleep, I'm waking up to give Paul the cat food. And I mean, I'm just like, in a zombie mode. I just want to go back to bed. I touch the faucet, turn on the lamp. Guess what happened? I got zapped like I've never got zapped before. I mean, I was like, if I went from zombie asleep to really woke up in half a second, wondering what the hell just happened. And that's where I took my multimeter and I just shoved it there. Then I shoved it, I looked, there's the neutral. I just took the neutral and I put the other the other probe on the faucet, and I'm like, oh, this is nice. 120 volts across neutral and faucet. Some idiot wired it backwards. So I was like, God. I remember I told the landlord, I fixed this plug here. If I had died, you would have been sued for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. I don't know what idiot did that, but God, that was something. It was like I still remember to that day. You know what? I changed it. It scared me so much that I changed the fixture that was there for something that is made of plastic to make sure that I could never zap myself again. That's crazy. Crazy. Skipwave DX says those LED grow light stations knocked out my RF on my radio. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. There's a time station in New Zealand on 25? Really? Sheila, speaking of radio interference, 2.4 gigahertz band on my modem router messed with my hearing aids the other day. Sounded like some sort of emergency alert going on in my head. Well, you know what? My next door neighbor just behind this wall, he knows I dabble in electricity, electronics, and radio. So one day he knocks on my door and says, I got a question for you. I said, what? I turn on, when I microwave something, my Wi-Fi is gone and I can't connect. So I tell him, I say, oh, well, it's kind of normal because your microwave is at 2,450 megahertz and Wi-Fi is very close to it. That simply means that your Wi-Fi and your microwave, when it's on, there's part of that energy is RF energy is getting off. Because I mean, no microwave is 100% sealed. When you microwave, yes, it's a Faraday cage, but it's not 100%. There's some RF still going out of the microwave, but at a level that's not really dangerous. Yet he's like, yeah, it just stops. So I'm like, well, do you have a recent laptop? And he tells me, yeah. So I look at his setup and I'm like, here, I'm going to do a change for you and it's going to be fine. So his router is capable of 5 gigahertz frequency range and his laptop would always connect to the 2.4. So I said, look, I'm going to connect you to the 5 gigahertz range. Your laptop is going to always be on the 5 gigahertz. When that happens, your microwave is not going to be a problem. And then he came in to thank me. He said, oh, wow, this is so cool. I didn't know about that. But imagine as a tech guy, I was a tech guy for 15 years. All of these challenges of different problems, but I became a tech guy in the era of wireless everything. My knowledge of radio made me the top #1 tech guy for a lot of people. Because a regular tech, if he studies his tech job, has no idea of really the rest. It's like he knows wireless stuff works like this with frequencies. He doesn't know that a microwave can interfere. He doesn't know that so many other things can happen. I was a tech guy that had the knowledge. The first Microsoft mouse, wireless mouse to come out was on the CB frequency ranges. Believe it or not, I learned it because I took one day, turned on my radio, and on one of those remote control channels on the CB band, I could hear the buzzing of the mouse when I would move it. I was like, are you kidding me? This mouse is on CB channels? And we're talking maybe 2000, 2001 here. So I go to one of my clients and she's amazed because She's like, okay, I got a question for you. My wireless mouse is driving me crazy. It stops working sometimes. And we're in the winter. And here, when the snow removal crew goes through the street, there's tons of trucks in the back that are waiting for the snowblower to, put the snow in their trucks. And these guys are talking on CB all the time, all together. And this is one of the fun things I like about winter, listening. And it's winter. We just had a snowstorm. I noticed they cleaned out the street where she lives. She's like, last night I couldn't use my mouse. And I said, last night, was that the time when there were snow removal crews outside? She's like, yeah. Oh, that's why. And she's like, what? It's like I'm saying, for her, it's like I'm saying something so bizarre. And I'm like, yeah, because these guys use CB radio, and the mouse you have there uses a channel in the CB radio range. So when they were talking in their trucks, your mouse was dead. It didn't work. And that's why it's working this morning and not yesterday. And she's just like, I just can't believe what I'm hearing. And I'm like, and she's like, how do you know? How do you have all that knowledge? Well, my radio knowledge helps me a lot. And it helped me through so many times when people with routers, they had these homes with like, yeah, you got a 3-story home and you put your router in the basement. Worst idea you could ever have. You don't put your router in the basement. Of course it doesn't reach the floor, especially on the frequencies it's using. Things like that. And that's where I was actually always had my, like, a tablet or my phone, and I would show them, look at this. So one great example, somebody not far from here, they had a really nice home, but the deck outside where they had their, like barbecue and all of that, she said Wi-Fi doesn't reach there, and we don't understand why. And we would go there, and I would show them on my phone, look at all the signals here. This is all interfering. This is all the neighbors interfering with your own signal of your router. And I remember that day was like, she had a very modern router and modern devices. I said, we're going to do something here, and we're going to check it out. We're going to change this to another frequency. And look at how quiet it is. And then she would go to the deck and like do stuff. And it's like, wow, it's working. And they had like 3 or 4 tech guys before asking the same question. Nobody could fix it. Oh, everyone was like, oh, that's the range. No, that's not the range. Look at what's around you. There's interference. It's radio. But I found it interesting because I was the only radio tech guy, the guy that had the knowledge of radio that could help them with stuff that no other tech guys could do. And it was kind of interesting. Rob, nice to have you here. Rob Fiducia from Phoenix, Arizona. Rod and Animal, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Let me go down. As we have Mike WX50. It's interesting that Jill and I both did speeches in college about shortwave. I figured I'd be able to give a decent speech on the subject. I knew well. This was in 1982, I believe. I did my speech on shortwave. Everybody that talked, because the subject was do a speech on something you love. No one would do more than 10 minutes. It's like everybody after 10 minutes didn't know what to talk about. And I remember I was the first that day. There were supposed to be 4 other people. The class lasted 90 minutes. I was the first. Sat down, talked about shortwave. I gave a pile of correspondence and QSLs that were going through all the people in the class. And I mean, I chose the stuff. It was like Radio Moscow, Radio Peking. I maximized the communist country pile, and people were just amazed as they were watching all this stuff. And I went on for 75 minutes. Nobody else talked that day. And the teacher got up and said, "I'm so amazed at what you did today. I'm giving you 100% on your speech." And I was like, "Wow, okay, cool." But when class ended, I was amazed. People were like asking me questions over, "You're really getting all of that on the radio and everything?" Even the teacher said, "Would you be able to bring your radio one day in class and show us what we can hear?" And I said, "Sure, sure, we could do it." And we actually did it. And I chose a specific time because there was Radio Moscow French service. And I tuned it there and put a wire outside the window of school. It was just so funny. And everybody was like, "But where does that come from?" It comes from transmitter sites in Russia. You're hearing a signal from Russia coming all the way here with a Radio Moscow French program. So it's like, wow, it's one of those things that you're like, wow, just if you want to amaze people, this is what you do. But man, that was great. Okay, let's try to go a little faster because now I'm more than you know 35 minutes off. Let me just try to get back into our little time here. Chicopee Radio in 2009. Welcome aboard. KWN61 says, "Jill, when you get to 50K subscribers, will you still remember us little people?" Well, I don't know. I might be into a different mode. I might become an Elon Musk or something. No, I don't want to do that. I want to have his money, but I don't want to be who he is. That's a different thing. Yeah, Alina. Yep. Sweat cats. Dwayne, I'm about 70 miles from Hashville, so you probably were in a pretty bad zone too, I would guess. Chicopee, it's also even more than just shortwave. It's why people need to listen to radio in general. No, that's not a Red Bull. I'm having a Molson Dry beer, a strong one too. It's this is what it is, 10.1%. This is gonna get you drunk. Lincoln Loud Gregory Godoy. Nice to have you here. I don't drink Red Bull, stuff like that. I'm already nervous enough. I don't need energy drinks. Richard Wagner, I gave a friend an XDH Data portable last year, and he lives in Florida and said it came in very useful during hurricanes. Yeah, I'm sure. Take care of your TV and ham. KD9 WNV, always nice to have you here. Joseph 21337 USB coming in strong. Yeah, that was cool. Man, she was strong. She was really strong. Tomorrow I'm going to be all day on the bands, and I will do one thing to guys. I will tell you. Tomorrow I will try to post frequencies that I'm in, even calling CQ, on the shortwave channel on Facebook. And if you hear me, you'll have two choices. If you send me an email with a recording, it's very important, a little recording, or enough details that, yeah, you did hear me, that I know, you'll get an EQSL. If you want a paper one, you got to send me a PayPal for $5. So $5 on PayPal. So it pays the card, the posting, the shipping, the whatever. I'll be sending you a real paper card of my signal of V2XZI. Vicky Pelletier, bonjour, bienvenue. Nice to have you on board. Swatcat, yeah, PJ2T from Curacao on 21237 also was there. I had a contact with those. John, nice to have you here. WPE4KNC in Virginia. Richard Wagner, Radio Tirana, Radio Sofia, Radio Bucharest, Radio Budapest. I was a shortwave member of the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. Remember back in the day, a lot of these stations had send us 100 reception reports and you'll be part of our club or something. Radio Budapest, I was part of their club because they had, I don't remember what you had to do, but it was intense. You had to send a report every week and so on, and for a certain amount of time. And I became Victor Echo 1214 slash Radio Bravo. That was my Radio Budapest call. And to this day, if I have to use a listener call sign, that is my call sign. VE1214 slash RB. I kept that as my official call sign. Yeah, Radio Austria, ORF. That was cool. Dwayne, do you remember Radio Moscow rock music Saturday morning? Yeah, I remember they had that rock music show and stuff. I remember that band. What was the band that was like probably the only popular band we've heard here from the USSR back in the day? They were at the Live Aid concert. I'm trying to remember that name. Yeah, different gear TV. That's what we should all do. Retract it from the bottom. But we all do stupid things sometimes and just push the top and it's like, oh, I just bent the antenna. Shortwave archive. From all the stories I've heard, Radio Shack was fun. Unfortunately, all my Radio Shacks closed before I knew about shortwave and radios in general. If you would have lived in that Radio Shack era, yes, that was such a fun store to go to. If you were geeky, not just radio geeky, anything electronics and gadget geeky, I would go to the Radio Shack. Going to the Radio Shack was like going at a museum. It's like, oh, look at that. And I can own that if I have money, which I didn't have back in the day. Especially, a teenager. I remember I was always waiting for Christmas because my uncles would all give me money. And, I would end up like, with $150 in gifts. I was like, oh, I got $150. Where do you think it will all go? I would go to Radio Shack with $150. I was like, oh, should I buy that? And of course, you had to choose because you have $150, but how do I spend it wisely? What is the thing I need to buy that would make me have the maximum amount of fun? And I mean, Radio Shack it was like going into a candy store. It's just like, oh man, the catalog. I don't know how many times I annoyed the people there. It was like, yeah, we're in October. You should already have the 2025 catalog. We don't have it yet. Yeah, I know. Oh, good. Dan and Rogers has 21338. It's always USB. In the M bands at that frequency range, and especially with the contest, it's upper sideband. Jean Arash, you would actually have a better signal if the wire would not run on the floor, but rather run higher up. Probably. Car battery chargers, yeah, the inverters. If anybody uses inverters, These things are crazy noisy. Yeah, well, you know what, Jean Arrache, when you hold a portable radio, a lot of portable radios, you kind of complete a circuit. The human body is kind of a ground. And what happens is that when you hold up, if you look at this week's videos on Walk in the Park, notice that I hold radios when I'm actually filming them. Why? Because they get stronger signals while I'm holding them. There's kind of a complete circuit. There's like the antennas there, and your body's doing the ground part. It kind of makes an antenna circuit and improves the signal levels on radios. Portable radios on desktop usually doesn't change much. All my radios that have an external antenna use slot uses a 3.5. Yeah, bigger radios. In general, think of the antenna connection as going with the size of the radio you use. So in general, smaller portables have 3.5 because they're small. You need something small. But if you use something like this big Texan S2200, this is so big that they actually put BNC because it has space for it. So there are radios that have other connectors, but these radios will be bigger. If you go smaller, you'll see that some have SMA. Why? Because it's a very small connector. So it really has to do with how much space do I have on the radio to put a connector for the antenna. Kevin Michael hearing 21315 with ham. SSB mode. David says, that's cool. I also heard an IEK someday. Don't recall the prefix, but I know he wasn't an EA. Unfortunately, I was unable to leave when I was doing some callback day. Different. What else? The other one we have going down. Go down. Richard Wagner. I got that by my washer. The two outlets are out of phase 220. Yeah. It ain't fun. It ain't fun because you're thinking, yeah, it could have killed me. 120 volts, 220, that's enough to kill you. Actually, the minimum amount of power needed, voltage needed to kill you is 25 volts. That was from my electronics class. 25 volts. Think about it. I always thought, 10, 20 volts. That's nothing. Yeah, well, 25 volts can kill you. I can tell you that. Have interference on AM and shortwave from the lights outside. Yep. Sean Ash, my Wi-Fi kills my VHF scanner sometimes. Some repeaters I wasn't able to listen to, and when my Bluetooth speaker was on. Yeah, because there's, once again, it often goes with the oscillators inside of the router. So the router itself could be creating all sorts of signals that block all sorts of communications you want to hear. When I use a couple of my shortwave radios and get close to my router, which is a modem router from Videotron, the company that gives me ISP here, I hear tons of pops and noises and things on my radios. I got to stay away from that device. RJDA Coda says our old house was wired backwards like that. I fixed a lot of it myself. Yeah, I fixed it myself. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to change it. It was like, whoa. Ricky says complete aside, 2.4 gigahertz routers should be limited to channel 1, 6, and 11 in North America, minimize interference due to overlap, and wide channels should be banned. Yeah. You know what I would do, Ricky? Shh, don't say it to anyone. There was some routers that had a European mode or something. You could choose the country. And I noticed that some countries had channels that weren't used here. I would change that and change it in the settings in the laptop too. so that they could all have their own private channel that would never be used by the neighbors. Shh, never did that. I didn't say that live. KW161 Jill, you could DX your mouse contest. Yeah. You know, I've never tried this. Like, how far can I receive the computer mouse? Man. Ken Michael WWV on 25 megahertz with the Ethon field radio. VKPLC, interesting. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is where you understand that a tech guy, because people don't see tech guys the way they should see them. Tech guys have to have this. I mean, your computer's this knowledge, Windows and all of that, but everything around it creates that. No, you need this knowledge to understand all this problems that can happen of different things. It's crazy. Modern computer digital circuits are plagued by RF because every time an electron has to navigate. Oh yeah, absolutely. It generates RF, traces on the border like antennas. Yeah, you know what, David? I hear it's 120, and I totally know that if it would have been 220, oh god. It says I once accidentally grabbed a burned out bulb that had lost its glass cover, and when installing a Christmas light set around a tree at home, it was an interestingly tingly experience. Yeah, I can imagine. If you guys want to laugh, my I hope she's not watching, but she doesn't understand English, so it should be okay. My sister-in-law on my brother's side was playing with Christmas lights on her outside balcony on a rainy day. She was wondering why some of the lights weren't, working, and she was playing with extension cords and Christmas lights, and it was raining outside. And my brothers were having wine or something, and we're looking at her, and I tell my brother, I says, it's kind of dangerous that she's playing with extension cords and Christmas lights on a rainy day. But you know how it is. It's like, I didn't go up and say, don't do that. It's dangerous. It's like, we're all sitting there just laughing, which we shouldn't be. But we're looking at it. And then at some point, she touches something on the extension cord and something else. And she's like, ah. And we see her jump on the balcony. It was like, oh, I think she just learned why we shouldn't play with electricity in the rain. And we were a little drunk. So it was like, we're laughing our heads out. But, it could be dangerous. Don't do that, okay? Do not play with water and electricity. It's not a good idea, guys. Good. I still remember that moment, and I'm still laughing, which I shouldn't. I know it's bad. God. Let's go down here. Sheila says, I used to have to troubleshoot Wi-Fi printers and had to fight with router channels all the time. We're always fixing things. The Geek Squad apparently fixed. Yeah, because these guys, they know this part, but they don't know that part. I remember I did. So there was a store in downtown. It was a store and a factory building stuff at the same time. It was huge. Some tech guy had convinced them that wireless was the way to go. So they took that tech guy. Nothing ever worked, and it was always disconnecting. They took another tech guy that said, oh yeah, we're going to fix it with repeaters and stuff. And then the third tech guy, and then they were tired. So I still remember they called me up and they're like, are you a good tech guy? And I said, what do you mean? We had 3 tech guys and it's always horrible. And I said, well, I should be able to fix your stuff. She says, I hope so. So I get there and they're all very wary. It's like, Here's a Fort Tech guy, another one that's going to probably mess things up, cost us money, and nothing's fixed. And the first thing I looked and how big everything was, and I was like, why do you have wireless stuff here? And she's like, well, all the tech guys said that's the best. Nope. Open up the ceiling and we'll pass Cat 6, cable everywhere. You need Ethernet cabling here. Forget wireless. No wireless. But the worst part is, it all fixed the stuff. It's like we put the cabling and everything, and I said, I'm going to put it through the ceiling, and it was working fine. But then I showed them. I said, your tech guys are idiots that came here. Your wireless network is not properly encrypted. You got tons of people sucking your internet, and I can even see them in the router. I can see the name of their PCs. And I was like, so do you know a Robert? And she's like, yeah, it's upstairs. Well, he's taking your internet. He can even see your computers the way it's all designed. And she's like, what? Yeah. And so I told him, I said, you don't use wireless. I'm going to shut down the wireless and the router and say, no wireless. So it's like, it's like crazy. It's like this little lady. I go in and it's like, she was using a wireless router, but she had the WEP encryption, which is the worst encryption you can have because it can be hacked in a minute. And I said, do you know a Ahmed? She says, yeah, it's my neighbor. Well, the reason you've been having high bills on your internet is because Ahmed is connected to your internet. And she's like, what should I do? Well, there are a few things. First of all, it's illegal, so you can call the cops, or you can go to see Ahmed. I can go with you and say, well, you've been stealing internet and it's been costing you a lot of money. Or if you don't want to have any trouble because you don't know who Ahmed, how crazy he is or not, ignore it. But from now, with what I just did, you're not going to have extra cost because I fixed it. But, it's crazy. Oh, you know what, Ricky? Probably. Every time, Ricky, that I had a chance in my life to talk in front of an audience for something, I always came out the top guy. Yet I was chicken shit. I would go out in front of an audience and just find it so hard to speak in front of people, which is a problem that most of us have. I when I did my first show here, my first live, I was chicken shit. I was like, wow, I'm going to go online in front of people watching me. Um, I was really nervous, and it's normal. I think it's normal for everybody. Um, so yeah, I probably have. I through the years I learned I probably have a talent with that, but it wasn't used until I did this or the international radar reports. It's yeah, okay, you have a talent. It's there. You know, and it now is apparent. But what did I know that I would do this 40 years ago? Somebody would have told me 40 years ago, you're going to be in front of a live audience for 3 hours around the world talking about radio and stuff. It's like, yeah, get out of here. That ain't going to happen. Especially from 1985, 84. You think about how technology was. It was like, yeah, I'm going to have a home studio with cameras, and it's think about the 95 home studio with a camera. It was like, yeah, I'm going to have $100,000 studio in my home. It's like, yeah, no, today for $500, you're just all set up for do fantastic stuff, which is incredible when you think about it. But yeah, I guess, Rick, that's pretty much it. Jerry Hart, the insider. I can see all the neighbors' Wi-Fi and what channels they are using. Yep, it's like people using hiding their SSIDs. If you're doing that, it's useless. By the way, we can all see them. What else do we have? Well, yeah, it's not the best beer in the world, Rotten Animal. Usually people, honestly, I'll be very blunt. People buying Molson Dry is people who want to buy very expensive beer in general. But I had those. Salutations, Vicky Pelletier, toujours un plaisir. Toujours un plaisir. What else do we have? Jerry Hardy used to have 4 stores, a Radio Shack. Yep. Oh man, Radio Shack's just crazy. Yeah, same here, Kevin Michael. I could not wait. I always wanted to have that catalog. Drool over the stuff I could never buy because I didn't have the money. Gene, nice to have you here at N5WFZ. RJ Dakota. Every once in a while, I get these stations in the 15-meter band near 19 megahertz. It's as if you're getting some images or something. Weird. Jose Haram. Radio Shack was originally 2 stores in Boston and New Haven, Connecticut, early 60s. Then Tandy bought the brand. Yep. And I mean, the first years Radio Shack was having their stores, the people weren't that happy. They were selling low grade crappy stuff. It's later on that it became better. Craig Martinetti, I remember HCJB QSL cars. They had special series like 4 cards in series, beautiful cars. Do you remember? Yeah, I'm still mad at HCJB for something. When I started listening to HCJB was 1982, and in 1983, it was the International Telecommunications Year. So they had 12 cards, one each month, with some telecommunications type cards. So it would be, a radio, one of the big dish antennas, or it would be the console at HCJB. It would be, people in a microphone in a studio. It would be all sorts of things like that. So I thought I want to have every single card this year. I got all of them except December. And when I send my December reception report, back in the day, it was frustrating sometimes for QSLs. I get a letter back, and they're like, "Oh, we're sorry, we can't give you a QSL. You forgot the frequency." And I'm like, "No, it can't be. I didn't forget the frequency. Come on." It's like, so of course you could write back another reception report and ask for a specific QSL. So I write back and I say, I want to have the December, 1983 QSL card, please, if you can. Send me a letter, and they're like, well, here's the January card of 84. We don't have any of the cards from 83 left. Are you freaking joking? You mean I have 11 out of 12 cards and I'm never, ever going to have the 12th card? I was going nuts. I was like, what is this? I was so mad at HCJB back in the day. Oh, man. Realistic was a brand sold by Radio Shack. Realistic was a lot of their stereos and radios and scanners and stuff were branded Realistic. This was one of the brands. Dwayne, take care. Dwayne, always nice to have you here. Bobby Tino, Radio Shack was owned by Tanny Company out of Fort Worth, Texas. Then were probably 25 of them in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Wow. Run Animal. In Toronto, we had many electronic service stores. They're almost gone now. Radio Shacks here in Montreal were popular. We had probably more than a dozen in the city of Montreal. We had a lot of them. I am lucky in a way to still have a electronic surplus store near me. Actually, I've never made videos. I'm going to ask them permission when I go next time. and make a series of videos to show you guys Addison Electronics, which is very close to where I live. If I need electronic parts, I would go there, because if I'd go to Radio Shack in the 80s and needed, say, 2N2222 transistor, Radio Shack would sell you one in a package for like $5. That electronics surplus store, they would have bags with 10 of them for 99 cents. So you guys understand why that surplus electronics store is where I would go for parts. It is very cheap. It's still today, even though they're more expensive, it's still very cheap. This is where I purchased, I mean, with the antennas and the radios, I purchased kilometers of wire in that place. I remember they had rolls of 100 feet of wires, which I would buy all the time to make my antennas, and they were like $2.99, and it was like $3 for 100 feet of wire. Huh. Today, that same roll though is like $15, which isn't that expensive technically, but it's like, it's $15 now. I'm not gonna buy 10 of them. I'm gonna buy one or two. But so for parts, I had that place, and it still exists. It's very different today, but you still have some unique stuff there. You know what? This week I should do that. Go one afternoon to the store, ask the manager, can I make a video that will be on my YouTube channel, which I don't see why they say no, and go through the store and show you guys where I was going to when I was 14 years old for parts. I remember that's where I purchased my first multimeter, my first ever multimeter, which was a Metex, Metex branded. I still remember going to a friend's house that loved electronics, and I said, "Oh, you know what's going to be fun? You know how geeky we are sometimes." I tell him, "I got a multimeter. How about tonight we have fun measuring all of those resistors that you don't know what are um, what they are. It's like, how many ohms or something." And he was like, "Oh wow, this is going to be so cool." It's like, yeah, I can't imagine. Actually, I can imagine how people are looking like, okay, so two kids, 14 years old, spent a whole evening measuring resistors, and it was fun. That's pretty geeky for you. But it was kind of cool because I was using my meters like, oh, look at that. Okay, this is 3.04 ohms or 3.40 mega ohms, or this one is 100 kiloohms. And it's like, and he would write it down and like put it next to the resistor, and it's like, yeah, we spent a whole evening. That was fun. I know. A lot of people are like, what? Really? Yeah, oh, that was fun. But oh god, it's just great. I really need, that would be a good video. I think a lot of you would like to see Addison Electronics. Back in the day when I was younger, they had a lot of circuit boards. They would sell circuit boards because they would sell them for the parts. So it's like, oh, you want to have all of these, TL whatever logic chips. They were all on a circuit board. And it was like, if you need those, so they would sell like a circuit board for like 99 cents. And I'm not joking. That was the price. And you had maybe 40 chips on the board. It's just that, yeah, you got to unsolder them if you want to use them in something else. I would buy these boards and play with them, and I'd look at how I could put power on them, and there were some LED displays and stuff, and it would display. I remember one board that I just loved. I would plug in the power, and then I would probe at a certain place, and I could see the LED display go from 0 to 100. And I mean, I was just like, oh, this is so cool. But That's the way. That's the way I am, and some of us are. I'm sure I'm not alone. Rotten Animal says in Toronto we had many electronic surplus stores. They're all gone. Yeah. Here that Edison is still there, and I'm glad, and it's not far from here. Swatcast human body acts like a capacitor. This is why when you touch the antenna, electricity lengthens the antenna. Yep. Gene N5WFZ, City of St. George, Louisiana. Nice to have you here. Dripping Glass, looking up my 1946 Alicrafters S38. Pretty cool. Just Aram, you can always connect an SMA to your antenna jack. Yep. KW61 says I worked part-time at Radio Shack for 3 years back when going to school in the 80s. Cool. KW61, 36 volts. It was considered high voltage when I was in the Navy. Yep. Yep. I remember how surprised I was when I had my electronics class and the section on safety when it was like 25 volts is dangerous. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's the amps, but still, when they're talking about whatever power is in a cable, they're saying when you reach 25 volts, it can actually kill you. Shortwave archive. I have a low-powered analog TV transmitter that outputs on UHF. I use a thin coax cable for a long time, but the signal would be weak. But switching to a thick coax changed the story. Yeah, better coax. $32 bits Radio Shack kit was too expensive in the UK to use US dollar equals pounds when it's changed 3 to 1. I remember when you talk about that, I remember I would buy I was a Commodore guy. I would buy the Computes Gazette and I'd look at the ads, and some of the ads were giving prices for Europe. And I still remember back in the 80s thinking, wow, things are so expensive in Europe compared to Canada. I just couldn't believe it. $10 opening, says Kevin Michael. Yeah, Ricardo's found the upper medium wave band. Absolutely. That was crazy. Yeah, crazy. Rob, he was stealing the internet. What do we have? Run Animal many years ago was putting telecom at the Toronto airport. A power tech wired a 220 volt rectifier wrong. He blew tech at the airport and knocked down the weather bureau for all Canada for 30 minutes. Youch. That's bad. Yeah, James Farley, we all had that card, free battery of the month club. And of course, I always wanted my 9-volt battery. That was the battery that was worth it. What the hell am I going to do with a D 1.5 volt battery? I want to have that 9-volt battery. Yeah, HCJB Index Club member. I was a member in the 80s too. Jean Arash, what we hated about Radio Shack is that you'd buy a 9-volt battery and they'd ask your address. Oh, that was the funny part of back in the day. It's like you'd buy anything and it's like, what's your phone number, address, and all of that. But there was a good side to it. When you would purchase enough in a year, it meant you would have a free catalog in your mailbox. I remember when I purchased my first shortwave radio, the DX100, that year I was entitled for the free catalog in my mailbox. Boy, that was cool. I was like, oh, I got a catalog. That's the main reason. that they were using that back in the day. But imagine today if a store would ask you for your name, address, and phone number for buying a chocolate bar. Oh God, people would go nuts with privacy. Back in the day, it was like, nah, who cares? SWAT Cats, the company was started Radio Shack in 1921 by two brothers. And that's cool. That's cool. Run an animal in telecom 48 volts and 800 amps will explode your tools. Youch. John, Tampa, Florida, drooling over the catalog. Yeah, I was drooling over it, all of it. I can tell you that. I'll tell you that. JWP, someone open a Radio Shack. My WX50, my first shortwave radio, Realistic DX160. Radio Shack, lots of listening. A lot of us started our radio hobby with Radio Shack. It was that store that was always not far from where you lived, Shortwave Archive. No, it's actually the story behind HCJB transmitter site. Actually, before I do that, I need to refill on beer if you guys want me to talk about the story of HCJB. So I'm going to go refill on beer. Okay, I need another beer. And we're going to talk about the story of HCJB. That is an interesting story. Some of you know it. I talked about it in the past. But I will tell you exactly what happened and also add a complement of info, which was one of the HCJB guys back in the day. There was a series on AWR Wavescan where they interviewed him, and it was very, very interesting. So I'm getting a beer, and we're going to talk about HCJB's story here. So listen to the handbands while I'm gone. Bonsoir, bienvenue. I changed language. I'm going to speak French from now on for the rest of the night. So I got a beer. Let me just. So HCJB, the story behind them leaving shortwave is in the 80s, the Quito International Airport was to be expanded. And one of the routes, one of the places where planes were going to fly was over PFO transmitter site. Because the planes need to come from somewhere, and A lot of them would pass over the P4 transmitter side. So the government told HCJB that because of the IRF environment of their antennas, they were concerned that it could affect airplanes and that they needed to move the transmitter side to some other part of Ecuador. So HCJB actually wanted to do it. HCJB looked at another site, another mountain site, where they could go to and install new antennas and start over. But the problem was HCJB was a very, very big operation. They had a transmitter side. They had their own power station. They were actually giving power to Ecuador when the grid wasn't working well, because their power station was so powerful, it was capable of giving power to the country also. So they had to move all of that. And they started looking for a new place, and they found a new place. But they realized when they got to that new place that it was a very, very, it was one of those areas that was like basically in the middle of the woods, nowhere, with nothing. So they started thinking, okay, how much is it going to cost us to be here? Because they needed to build roads, they needed to build a new power station, rebuild all the transmitter antennas. And it was like, move the transmitters from PFO to there. They ended up in thinking about it because it was the late 90s, and the number of letters, we talked about how listener correspondence is very important. They started looking at a dwindling audience, less and less letters from listeners. So it's like we're having less and less people listening to us from what we see, and this is going to cost us millions of dollars to change this and go to a new transmitter site, and that killed HCJB. Now on the AWR Wavescan show, they had, Alan Graham, for those who remember the name, on a series of 2 or 3 interviews talking about HCJB. And Alan Graham said if it wasn't for the move from PFO to another transmitter site, he actually said he thinks HCJB would still today be a big shortwave broadcaster and they would still be there. But that move and the money involved just wasn't a good idea. He said that unfortunately they learned too late, because after several checks and all of that, after doing a lot of changes to the airport, because the airport wasn't what it was announced, it finally was smaller, and they said, oh well, finally you don't have to move. But the problem is HCJB had already shut down. When they learn you don't have to move, yeah, but we already moved the antennas and we're not going to rebuild that. So finally, that's when it all ended. But Alan Graham did mention, he said, if it wasn't for all of that, he believes that HCJB would still be on the air today. He said, we'd probably be one of those broadcasters still there. It was all that story that, the planes passing overhead the antennas, and the fear that the electronics of the plane would be affected by the very powerful HF shortwave transmitters. What else do we have? Shortwave archive. Gilles staring his YouTube vlog era. Well, my first scanner was from Radio Shack too, Darren Rogers. I had a 10-channel portable. Jose Harum, please do the video. Ham Radio Outlet and other stores do this, or let the hams do it. Yeah, I need to do that. It'd be fun, I think. I'm gonna go there and ask if I could, permission, because I know some stores don't like that. They don't want you to go in. But I will tell them I'll do it very nicely and talk about my history, and that if they want to use it on their own website, I got no problem with it. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna say yes. 32 bits Radio Shack used to be called Radio Spares. They are still a big component distributor here in the UK. Short of archive, when Radio Shack actually um, was gone here in Montreal, the Tandy Repair Center, the Radio Shack Repair Center in Ville Saint Laurent, on the west side of the city, was active many years after. I still remember I actually had called them when my Kenwood R5000 started making dots. No repair guy wanted to touch the radio. So I was like, yeah, but is there somebody out there that gonna want to do something? And I had called the Radio Shack Repair Center, and they said, we repair everything. Bring it here, we're gonna repair it. I don't know how much it would have cost me, but you got a more than $1,000 radio. It performs well, so you're like, it might be worth. But by the time I decided that maybe I got the money and everything, they had shut down the repair center, unfortunately. Short I would love to open things and tinker with electronics. I used to change the speed of my cassette deck's motor and hear the radio announcers sound like chipmunks. I would always open every. My father would get mad at me because every single electronic thing I had, I opened it and looked inside, and it was like, "Why you do that? I want to see how it's made. I want to see what it looks like." You know. Kidwin61 says, my favorite computer magazine was Rainbow Magazine. I was always stressing the guy at the magazine stand every month, going and said, do you have Compute Gazette? Do you have Compute? And do you have Ahoy? Because they had these three for Commodore. And it was like, it's not here yet. It's not here yet. It's not here yet. It's like, yeah, I want my magazines. Back in the day where magazines would cost $2 or $2.50. Today, you buy a magazine, it's like $15.75. It was like, what the hell? Well, it's nothing better than a color TV antenna, shortwave archive. I don't want to have a black and white TV antenna. I want to have a color TV antenna. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, testing it with your tongue. Oh, God, that was something. Like, let's test it with a tongue. Yeah. Oh, God. I would have fun with that. I would tell my friends, like, oh, you can test your battery with your tongue, and they never did it. And when they do it, it's like, I'm never doing that again. Yeah, Marine Band, Kevin Michael, and 2 megahertz. I remember 2182 being very active here in the Montreal area, thanks to the St. Lawrence Seaway. And there's a lot of communications going to 182. You guys remember when you could listen to international phone calls from ships at sea? That was fun. That was a lot of fun. The only thing, you had to find something that you understand in your language, but oh boy, listening to these calls were so cool. That was the pre-listen to, smart cell phones or cordless phones, you could listen to international calls from ships. That was so cool. My cat, Paul the cat, is sleeping in the bedroom actually. Just before the show started, it was like meow meow. I want to have some petting, and I'm gonna go to sleep. He spent a couple of hours outside today. Alan Endelman's show. Did you mess with AM or FM toy transmitters when you were a kid? I had a pirate station with the Ramco Caraville radio station. I modified it to go about half a mile. I had the 201 kit from Radio Shack. One of the circuits there was an AM transmitter. I would change a few things and put a real microphone so it sounds better. And I would power it with like 18 volts rather than 12. And then I would call up all of my close friends and say, hey, can you hear me on 1080 kilohertz? And I had a few friends that, yeah, I hear music. Yeah, that's me. I'm doing my radio station. I remember I had a call sign. My call sign was C triple S, CSSS for the Canadian call sign. And I was always like around anywhere around 1040 to 1080 kilohertz. And I remember, especially in the summer, I would do my like little radio station. And so here's the top 10 hits of of this week. And I would play, I remember playing, Michael Jackson and all of that stuff. And I had a lot of fun with it, especially with my friends when they were listening. It was like, oh, are you going to do your little pirate station? But I didn't go far. I went, mainly in the street where I lived. So I wasn't very, very far. Then I had a CB, and I would tell my friends that had CB walkie talkies. They were all on channel 13 that, Friday night, 7 p.m. I remember that was the thing. Friday night, 7 p.m. after school, at 7 p.m. after I'd eaten everything. It was like, yep, 7 p.m. It's going to be CSSS on the air on channel 14. And I'd do my radio station for, 2 hours, 3 hours. And a couple of my friends were like, oh, this is so cool. And they were listening to it. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Now, that was going much further. That was going maybe, I didn't have a good antenna or anything, but it would go maybe, 10, 12 streets around. And I had a few friends listening, and it was like, so cool. It's like, I found it so cool. It's like having my own little radio station. And I was so geeky. I was like, I would put music, but I'd read articles out of electronics magazines, for example, or radio magazines. And then it would go back to music and have the top 10 hits of the week and stuff. I had a lot of fun with that. Really a lot of fun with that. Craig Martinetti was an official HCJB monitor. Send them reports every month. Cool. Mike WX50 listened to HCJB on 26020 in 1981. Musical mailbag. Wow. Saludos, amigos. Yep. On the show. Definitely. DX party line, of course. It's pretty cool. Chuck Schreiber, I'm enjoying Shiner Oktoberfest beer here tonight. Cool. It's a seasonal beer. The one I haven't had in a long time. They have one seasonal beer here, which is always in the time of the Halloween season that I need to find. It's kind of a beer that tastes slightly like pumpkin spice, if you want, but it might sound horrible, but it's actually not that bad. Oh, Craig, you've been to PIFO. Wow. Oh yeah, there was quite a few stations on the 11 meter band back in the day. Douglas V, Amateur Radio, and more. Shalom. Nice to have you here. John Beckham, nice to have you on board. I bought HCJB D220 Levitt for the price. Oh yeah, for the price, it's cool. Ah, man. Yeah, I got a Panasonic microwave. I've always purchased Panasonic stuff because I always add great performance out of the Panasonic stuff. Here, I'm going to show you guys this thing is 30 years old. It's full of dust. Don't look at the dust. I haven't touched it in such a long time, but it's so freaking dusty, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta clean this thing up. Oh man, this is bad. So this belonged to my mom, and it still works. Still works. I need to clean it up and try it out tonight. So this was my mom's boombox that I gave her as a Christmas gift in 1991 2-ish. Still works great. Even the cassette deck. So I never tested the AM portion of this radio. I have here in the little locker there at least 50 4-track cassettes that were all recorded off the radio of this radio of my mom listening to music. Oh man, crazy when you think about it. I think the biggest blame goes to the government telling them that they have to move, because letters were declining, but maybe not enough that if they would tell them you don't have to spend any money to move, they would still be there. But it came at a time when both arrived together. Government decision, declining letters, millions of dollars to spend. So from Alan Graham's speech, I think the government telling them to move was the reason to kill HCJB in Quito, Ecuador. Take care, Art Dodd. Always nice to have you here. Yeah, and they're still on shortwave. HCJB officially still from Ecuador on 6050 kilohertz. I don't remember S9 magazine. Never seen that one. Popular Communications monitoring times. They're all available, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it, for those that still don't know, you've got a website called World Radio History. World Radio History.com. This website has all popular communications, all monitoring times from the day, and many more popular. You have popular electronics. You have so many magazines. I use my 10-inch tablet and download those magazines on it because it's just a lot of fun to listen to. And last thing, for those that liked the monitoring times, it is electronics only, but you do have a equivalent today, which is, wow, I forgot the name. It's Spectrum Monitor. Spectrum Monitor. I'm going to put the website. Spectrum Monitor is the Spectrum monitor is it's equivalent and feels like monitoring times. Actually, a lot of the guys from monitoring times moved to Spectrum monitor. You can buy individual magazines or buy a yearly subscription, and it's electronic only, unfortunately. So maybe some of you don't like that, but it has a feel, and it's a great magazine to check out. Kev Michael listened to marine telephone operators on 2 megahertz and also on 156 megahertz. Yep. Yes, it's very important, shortwave archive, to get a good color TV antenna. Swatcast has a marine radio operator permit. Oh, cool. Brian Penny, less complaining, and there's not any shortwave radio magazines around. Subscribe to the Spectrum monitor. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a great magazine. Oh, wow. KWN61. Today's figures. Nice to have you on board. Sean Beckett, my favorite electronics magazine in the vintage days was Electronics Illustrated. Jerry Hart, once again, Spectrum Monitor. Great magazine. RJ Dakota have a Sea Crane FM transmitter that travels just about a block from my house. Never used it much. Do a pirate station. Have fun. Who knows? Yeah, Clayton Howard. I still have that. I have that QSL, which was the goodbye QSL card from Clayton Howard and his wife from DX Party Line. Still remember that. Still remember that. Yeah, dust is everywhere. I just looked at it. I think it's been in the shelf there for a year and a half, and I haven't never touched it. It's like I looked at it and I was like, "Oh God, I'm not gonna show that to everybody." It's like it's got an inch of dust on it. I need to try to play a cassette tape on it. Oh man. Danny Shortwave, I had that pumpkin spice flavored beer. It was pretty good. Several brewers make that during the season. I had the Sam's Adams pumpkin ale. Yeah, no, it's pretty decent. Pretty decent. Yeah. Here, depending on the nights here, Kevin Michael, 6050 can be surprisingly good. Surprisingly good. Yep. Chick Schreiber. I remember this radio, stories behind it. For those I don't know, I made the separation from my dad and my mom because my dad was very violent, and my mom couldn't care for herself properly if she'd been alone. So what happened is this radio matches a moment where kind of a little dark moment in my life where I told my mom that it's time to move, and I actually looked up an apartment. I was about 20-ish years old, and I said, "Okay, we're moving." And my mom didn't say anything. I knew one day my dad was not there, and I said, "We're going to move that day," so he doesn't know. And my dad was very, very mad at this. He called my brother, my sisters, saying, this is all Gilles' fault. And, what, why does he do this? And it's like, look, my mom would have died. I could see, it's one of those stories that I could have seen. Actually, I was back in the day, I was seeing like, the newspaper number one story on top is like, you know, husband kills wife. It was as bad as that. And so we moved to a new apartment, which was kept secret. Um, and I didn't care. I mean, if my dad wouldn't talk to me again, I didn't care. It was like, oh, I'm saving my mom. And that was in like November. It was like a weird month to move. And we didn't have much, and I didn't have much money. So it was a very basic apartment. But I remembered, my mom liked music. She would always listen to music. And I bought her this radio and a set of really good headphones. And she held on to this radio all of her life until the end. That radio was next to her all the time. And that's kind of the story. I'm not going to go too far in it because it's a very dark moment. But when she died, first thing I thought was, I want to have that radio. Not because I'd paid for it or anything. It just was the story of the whole thing is in this radio. This radio is history in itself of me, my mom, what happened, and music and pleasure. David, nice boombox, Joe. In my case, I have a Sony CFS W350L, not one of we had at home in my childhood, but an almost identical unit I found secondhand. Cool. Cool. Happy to share the links. What else do we have? If you contact the Christian ministry that used to do the HCJB, maybe they will have in the archives the 12 QSL card that you're missing. I think it is called Reach Beyond. Yeah, I don't know. I am friends on Facebook with Rich McVictor, and I asked him if they were, or if he knew if there was any archive of the DX Party Line show. And he told me, no, there's no archive because back in the day, they would record over the old recording every week because they didn't think there was going to be any importance in keeping those recordings in the future. Yeah, maybe a head cleaner would be good. Radio Kid, what color is your color antenna? Mine receives the rainbow colors. Man. Instead of an inch, it would be a foot of dust in Tucson, Arizona. I can think about it. Yeah. Reggie, Dakota, Pirate Station on 6845, blasting out Halloween party music. Let's check it out here. 6845. Yeah, hearing it's not super strong, but I'm hearing it here. Thunder Chicken Radio. I got no regrets whatsoever. At all. I'm happy to what I've done. Honestly, I'm really happy to what I've done. It was the best thing to do. And I never look back. on that decision? It's part of, why I don't. It's very difficult. My dad died last year, and I don't have any feelings about it, really, honestly. And when if I talk about it with my brother and all, it's like, he had some great things. When we talk about the fact that I had my first shortwave radio thanks to him and all of that, it's cool, but it doesn't replace the dark side of all of it. So it's like, yeah, if that dark side didn't exist, I would probably have had the greatest dad in life. But the dark side was so intense that I don't talk about it much. But that dark side, I'm sorry, it can't replace all the good things that happened. And so when he passed away, my brother asked me, so you have feelings? I said, nope, he's gone. Bye. It's the dark side was too intense for me to um have any feelings on it. So I don't regret anything, and that's sometimes what life is all about. We all have a family, a different way of happening, things happening. It's you know, it's life, and it made me into an adult at a very young age. I was um, I'll have a last little bit of info for those that don't know. My mom was alcoholic, and so I pretty much my teenage years, I was an adult, going to school, doing stuff, not asking anyone anything. My friends would ask me if oh, we're gonna go to your place. No, my mom is probably drunk on the couch, and my dad is crazy. So we're gonna go to your place. No one's coming to my place. I don't want to show my parents to anyone, because of all of it. So it's like, um, it's things that happen, and I grew up being mature as an adult person and doing the stuff myself. Getting up in the morning by my own, going to school every day. School was a good place for me because when people asked me about school when I was a teenager, it was like, no, school is a good place. I was away from home, and I had no problem in school. So for me, school was the place that's the safe place. It's like, I'm happy here. I'm okay. I'm learning stuff and going through life. And so, sorry, sorry for being so dark, but that's a little bit of my life. VE5 SAR Amnetics DX party line actually ceased broadcasting on its 50th birthday broadcast. That's still a huge milestone. Yep. Yep. I remember setting up my radio in the kitchen back in the day and listening, like putting my Saturday evening was my I it was my night. I'd set up my radio, listen to Música del Ecuador. I'd listen to um, what was the show? The where they were eating all the time. The musical mailbag, talking about cookies and cake and whatever. And then was the DX party line. It was my Saturday setup, and boy, that was cool. Honestly, that was so cool. Back in the day, it was just amazing. Um, you know, Alien 61 lost both my parents by the time I was 17, so I now realize it could be worse. But you know, it's a thing. But look, I'm a I am who I am today as a human being because of all of what I've lived through. And when I say we talk about shortwave radio, we talk about hobbies. I always tell my everybody I know around me to have kids. I always tell them, you know, early on, put them into some hobby or something that they love or they want to do. And the reason behind it is I understand one very important fact about shortwave radio. The fact that I got hooked to shortwave radio and being a little geeky, I had, in high school, I had a handful of really good friends, or maybe three or four. It was enough. You don't need 40 friends, you know? You need one or two. You don't need 40. And this is where Facebook makes me laugh all the time. It's like, I got 400 friends on Facebook. It's like, yeah. How many real friends do you have, actually? So, I had two or three friends. One on the street was geeky like me. My other friend, Jean Pierre, which was also very geeky, and we would do sports together and stuff. And I had another one in high school that, we'd do computer stuff. I didn't need anything else. And I would be on shortwave radio, and I was so hooked to it that it was my comfort zone. I was happy with my headphones on and stations from far away coming where I was just amazed. It's like, oh, I'm listening to China. Oh, I'm listening to Japan. Oh, I'm listening to Romania. It was just like, Radio Berlin International, Radio Moscow, whatever. Every morning, waking up, I knew that the postman back in the day would always be around 9:30 a.m. I was like just sitting on a balcony waiting for him to come through. It's like, oh, do I have QSL cards and letters today? You know? And that prevented me from doing stupid things and doing stupid stuff and me being a very different person because I would not go into the bad stuff. I was happy in my little bubble, my little world, and my friends that I have. And I didn't need anything else. It was really great to be there and to live that. And, I don't care if you call me a geek or whatever. I was, the funniest part is it made me, it made my high school, all, all the people in high school with me kind of being respectful. This guy is geek, but he's cool geek. So I would never have any problems. Nobody ever attacked me, once. And I pushed him down 3 stairs and he like, broke his nose. And I was like, I remember telling him, so you tell anybody, you're gonna have this. It's like I didn't let myself be, but it's like, no, I was a good guy. I loved people. People talked to me, no problem. But you don't push me around. I was pretty much in that moment, So I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. So school was okay and everything. I had my friends, and I'm pretty sure shortwave radio being so intense in it, and seeing all the letters coming through from around the world, it prevented me from doing stupid stuff with stupid people. That's why I always say, you know what? Make sure that your kids grow up with good people and and especially does things that he loves, that keeps him busy and doesn't need to, you know, go see bad guys. After school or at night, my only thing was, of course, I'd go play with some friends sometimes, but my thing was, oh, cool. After school, I'm going to get on my shortwave radio and have fun, you know? Yeah, Kevin. I'll talk a lot about it because I don't want to bore people in my personal life, but that's the way life sometimes is. That's why when people tell me it's like, oh, that guy is weird or that guy this or that. No, no, don't judge anyone. You have no idea what their life was all about. No one knows what my life was all about. You know, the heaviest thing I've ever gone through, just to give you guys an idea, is my dad strangling my mom on Christmas Eve. That tells you of how tough things can be. So when you see somebody that is like, oh, he's a weird guy, or she's a weird person, or no, 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 maybe you should ask her what she's been through. You have no freaking idea. JW, all of this made you the beautiful, special soul that you are today, and I am, for one, am grateful. Thank you so much. Kevin Michael, me too. I have a few friends in school too. Now in 2024, it is the same way. I can still have the same friends from that time, pretty much, with a few more that I've added over time. But you don't need 50 friends, 500 friends. You need good friends. VU5 SAR Analytics, listening to foreign broadcasts was just something none of my friends could relate to. Yeah, personally also. So yeah, definitely. Boston Patriot says recently shortwave literally saved my life. And I'm sure it is for a lot of people. It's nice to have you here, Boston Patriot. GW, in my eyes, geek is top of the ladder rung. I aspire, but am barely a nerd. Danny Shortwave, same here. Art and building plastic model was my main hobbies as a child. Kept me away from trouble later in life. Radios, computers came later. Yep. Keep kids busy. It prevents them from going into bad stuff. My WX50, I lived out in the country, so shortwave listening was my entertainment. I also got mail and QSLs from around the world, so I'm sure the mailman wondered about that. The funniest thing, Mike, is that mailman that I had when I was a teenager, he was there. Today, I don't know why they have like a different mailman every week, it seems here. But back in the day, it was always the same mailman for years. And I remember being outside on the sidewalk, and he's coming, and I'm hoping for letters and QSLs. And I'm like, you have an email for us today? And I remember he's telling me something like, oh, no letters today. And it was like, it rounded me down. It was like, oh. And he says, who's that Gilles Letourneau? And it says, it's me. It says, what are all these letters from around the world? And I started talking about the hobby, about radio and shortwave, and I was corresponding, and I was getting all of this. And he was amazed. I was like, oh, that's all the letters. True story. And when I was 17, there was a postal strike, and they were hiring scabs. For those that don't know what scabs are, it's people that are taking over the job of somebody that's on strike. And that's something that usually isn't, the working people are not very happy. But I had registered to work. It was summer, and I wanted money, so I was like, well, I'm going to get a paycheck. I'm 17. When I got to the post office, which was the post office where my mail was handled, I was receiving so many letters that I was amazed, because everybody had, so there's these little boxes where all the mail of everyone goes to. So everybody had this little box, which was standard letter box. Mine, instead of being a little standard box, was a big box, because I had tons of big, huge letters in there. So mine was huge compared to everybody else. And it's like, okay, I guess I am getting a lot of mail. Mine is like 10 times bigger than everybody else. And it's just, it's just funny. And the worst part is I could have been a postman for all of my life. Because when I got that, I worked, 4 days? And the strike was over. But because I was there and I knew already a little part of the job, they called me, and I was going to college in applied sciences. So they called me in September and said, "You want to work full time? We need postmen." And I told them, I said, "No, I'm going to college. I want to have a future." But the worst part is I'm thinking about it today. I'm like, back in 87, it was a very good paying job already. And I thought about it and I was like, wow, if I'd been a postman in 87, I'd be almost retired today with a pension plan and everything. But, that's life and you never know what happens. And I was aspiring to do great things. And I would probably not be here doing live shows if that happened. I don't know. I have no regret on that also. John Beckham, So John Beckham says, my dad was an alcoholic and it was sometimes rough for me and my mother, but we got through it. After my dad died, my mother felt much safer. Yeah, you never know. It's things you live through and you keep to yourself. I would never share with my friends what I was living through. For me, it was like, I just live it alone. And I wouldn't talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it back in the day. Radio in general is a good therapy, Rob. Yes, absolutely. Craig Martinetti says, well, the same way I left school, got home, went into my room, turned the shortwave radio. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Boston Patriot. I was there. Shortwave radio was my passion as a teenager. It encouraged me to study anthropology and ethnomusicology. I was listening to the Beatles on BBC months before they came to North America. Cool. Vicky Pelletier, Jill, you're so authentic. Your story is touching. I wish you the best. Thank you so much. RJ Dakota, original 1938 version of The War of the Worlds is airing now on 68.45. Vicky Patsy and my sympathies to someone else who had been going through difficult times. There is hope. Yep. Kevin Michael, remember WRYFR, your family radio. I used to listen to WRFI and love their mailbag show on the Sunday. Michael Ansher, I had every radio I had as a kid. We live our life in our collection. Yep. V5CR, Netix 1987 strike was the one where community mailboxes was a big issue, wasn't it? Yeah, there was a lot of things happening back then where it's like community boxes, and it was something. Swatcats lives near the regional airport and loves to hear air traffic and aviation weather. Francis Moore, nice to have you here. Been a long time. Watched the Fog film last night. What was the set? I have forgotten. Oh, The Fog by the original one from John Carpenter. If you guys want to watch a movie for Halloween, you haven't seen it. It has a radio side to it. The Fog by John Carpenter from 1980-81 is great. And it has several radios through it. And it has a radio connection because the story resolves on a fake radio station that never existed, but a radio station that is owned by this woman. And of course, the fog goes through. It's a story of these pirates that were killed 100 years before, and 100 years later, the pirates come in a fog and want to kill a certain number of people. I don't remember how many people, to replace those that were killed back in the day that stole their treasure. It's an amazing film, and if you like radio, it's revolving around radio, a radio station where it's in a lighthouse near the ocean, and she could see the the fog go through the little city, and every scene where somebody's listening to the radio has these amazing little radios that are just so cool to watch. If you want to do a little Halloween slash radio related movie, John Carpenter's The Fog from 1980-81. Check that out. Yeah, American Forces Radio and TV. I remember they were playing baseball games on shortwave. So, Matt, I'll be there in about 10 minutes for a burger. Yeah, Adrienne Barbeau. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great movie. Oh, yeah. John Carpenter's The Thing when that is the doctor. The doctor decides to destroy all the radio equipment so that they can't leave Antarctica. Yeah, that's a rough one to watch for a radio geek. Yeah, Jerry Hart, WRNO, the rock of the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, KAB. That's the station. KAB 1340. I always found that movie so scary. It was just crazy. Radio Kid, precisely. My buddy, only 3 years older than me, went to the Navy for 4 years, then was a postal carrier for the rest of the time. He has been retired for at least 5 years. I have more than 5 years to go. Yeah, there's no regret there. But at the same time, you think about it and you're like, yeah, if I would have said yes, I would not even had to go to college or any of that. I would have had a pretty good salary, and I would have my pension. 50. I'm 55. I would almost have my pension now. Imagine, crazy when you think about it. Can we end this with interval signals? When you were trying to break your live stream record, the interval signals got cut off. Yeah, I remember when that went off. Yeah, sure. Let's do a few of them. Let's do a few of them. I got a lot of things to do. It's 8 o'clock here. Still have the International Radio Report show to edit, and I still have to do supper. So not too many of them, but we're going to do a little something. So David says, Jill, I'm sorry to hear about your life experience. Yes, I'm so incredibly fortunate to have had a stable family. We'll never ever take it for granted, for sure. Nope, don't take it for granted. You got great people around you. John McClure, let's have you here. Yeah, Halloween is a good movie too. The original Halloween from the 78, pretty good one. For sure. For sure. Yeah, don't you can't hurt Christine. If you hurt Christine in any way, that car is gonna get you. Kevin Michael, Radio Berlin, Radio RSI. So The Fog was released on February 1st, 1980. What a good movie. So let's go for a few interval signals before we leave. We got requests, a couple of good requests too. Yeah, supper is dinner. Dinner is like, every time it's like supper, dinner is like, yeah, whatever. We're gonna eat something. Let's check it out. Let's check it out here. Let's check it out. Let's go to here and do radio RSI. I'm gonna do this one, and I need you guys to let me know if you hear it or not, just to make sure. So here's a here's their good one. I'm just gonna move this, and you guys hear that?
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Remember, guys, if you like what I do, super chat donation or PayPal, much appreciated. Helps me continue here. This is my paycheck. Some are complaining of ads that they see, but that's the money that racks in that gives me my paycheck every month. It's very important to understand that. If you like all of what you see and what's happening here, and you're happy with all of this, thanks for all of your donations, guys. Helps me continue.
A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA, calling West Africa on 25790 kilohertz.
25790, I got a QSL with that frequency.
21535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band, and 17780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
So that was Radio RSI. Now, what's this one? Thanks, VU5SAR, for the donation. Yeah, Radio Peking. Before it became Radio Beijing.
This is Radio Peking.
This is Radio Peking.
They were hard to hear back in the day. They were not using any relays or anything. Well, this could be very interesting. Now, this is called Interval Signals of Cold War Europe. Let's see if we can identify anything here. From the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay, let's start. Who's that? BBC.
BBC London.
No, by relays, shortwave archive, I mean the relays like China Radio International uses around the world. Oh, wow. What's this one? Wow. I didn't know they had a station. Do you guys know what that is? Let's go back here. So this would be Radio Ireland International. I was not aware that Ireland had its own station. Huh. Shortwave Archive, RTE Ireland. That's interesting. Thank you, KU. Now this one. Radio Reykjavik from Iceland. This one. I remember when there was from Iceland, there was Riki Sudvarpid. I remember those broadcasts in Icelandic. That was weird. Oh, what's this one? What's this one?
Ni lyssnar till Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet. Här kommer nu ett halvtimmesprogram på svenska.
Radio Sweden, yep. Oh, dang, that brings me very nostalgic into the 80s. What's this one? Yes, they did have an older interval signal in Sweden too. What's this one? Wiley Radio Finland, absolutely.
Täällä Suomen Yleisradio. This is Radio Finland calling. De lytter til Danmarks Radio. De lytter til Danmarks Radio.
Yeah, Finland.
You are listening to the shortwave department
Denmark.
of Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Yeah. So who doesn't know this one?
This is Radio Deutsche Welle Transmitter Malta.
Oh, this one is Radio Berlin. Some cool stuff in here. Take care, Tristan.
You have been listening to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic.
Hier ist der Kurzwellendienst des österreichischen Rundfunks jeden Montag, Mittwoch und Freitag in Richtung Südamerika Ost auf 15.240 Kilohertz, 19,69 Meter.
Radio Austria. By the way, bad news for a little something. Radio Austria had a broadcast on 6055 and 6155, sorry. And they actually have stopped shortwave on October 19th. So if you wanted to listen to the last Radio Austria broadcast off of Moosboon transmitter, it's unfortunately gone now. They were having a 25-minute broadcast Monday to Friday, I think, 6155 at 05 UTC. It is now gone. So Radio Austria is officially gone from shortwave forever now, which is sad. So and the news is that after AWR stops broadcasting tonight on all the relays, it would seem that the Moosboon Austria transmitter site will be destroyed at the end of this year. They will stop broadcasting, and 2025 transmitters will be dismantled, the antennas, everything. So it's the last stretch for the Moosboon Austria transmitter site. I still have that Radio Austria QSL card, which shows a sunset above the antenna field of Moosboon. And this is from around 1982, 3-ish. So that's unfortunate. Radio Austria was a station I liked, but unfortunately, it's seems that it's gone now. You know, the only transmitter, the only rent from transmitters were what AWR Wavescan. There was really nothing, no one else renting over, and as long as they had those dozens and dozens of relays, I guess it was still, viable to keep Moosboon. But now that Moosboon's gone, now that AWR is gone from Moosboon, and I guess Austria said, why are we keeping this 30-minute broadcast in German? So goodbye, Moosboon transmitter site, which is very sad, unfortunately. So, hey, guys, I have to go eat. I will say goodbye for tonight. I want to thank everybody that donated. You guys are generous, and it's very, very, very important to keep this going. And part of it is thanks to you guys, okay? Please do donations. And I will be back on Thursday, Halloween night, 20 hours UTC, this coming Thursday, October 31st. The ghost of shortwave past will be here. And that's going to be a nostalgic show. That's why I'm not playing too many tonight, because we're going to have more on Thursday as we resuscitate shortwave transmission from the graveyards. And there's a lot of them to do so. So take care, guys. Love you all very much. It's fun to be here. It's fun to see you guys. It's always fun to do these live shows. Thank you so much, guys. Okay? Stay safe. Love you all. See you on Thursday. Halloween night. We'll be checking Pirates at the same time. Bye, guys. Love you all.